and small island states towards achieving the 2030 agenda. Yesterday, we shone the light on preparations for the Summit of the Future. So we're meeting at a very auspicious moment in time. We heard yesterday compelling accounts of those critical issues that must be addressed if we are to find solutions that bring all countries closer to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This morning, we will do the same thing for SIDS. We will turn the spotlight on the fourth conference on sustainable development of small island developing states, which will be held in Antigua and Barbuda during the last week of May. This conference, which sets the frame for global cooperation and solidarity with all SIDS for the next 10 years, is a signal opportunity for these small, vulnerable countries to engage the international community to secure more meaningful support to cope with the unique challenges they face, challenges which have undermined their ability to attain the development goals. This panel is intended to situate the search for solutions to the critical structural and the systemic challenges facing SIDS at the center of any successful strategy to achieve the SDGs. Their fates are inextricably linked. And you should by now be familiar with the critical issues that continue to undermine the progress in the Caribbean: high exposure to exogenous shocks, the devastating impact of climate change, the destruction of productive assets, exacerbated in recent years by COVID-19, rising debt, which now hovers at around 65% of GDP, onerous debt servicing, limited access to affordable financing, all have contributed to persistently low growth and a constrained investment in the social sector. How then can the countries of the Caribbean make progress with the Sustainable Development Goals with increasing rates of poverty and inequality and social exclusion, low job creation, particularly among the youth and women, increased food insecurity, and relentless migration of skilled persons in the face of declining productivity, aging populations, and high prevalence of non-communicable diseases? The ambition and the promise of Agenda 2030 remains a distant dream if the small island developing states and the territories of the Caribbean are denied the resources and the support they need to improve productivity, to promote economic diversification, to invest in research and development, to improve technological capacity. They need support through partnerships and South-South and triangular cooperation for institutional strengthening, and enhanced data capacity to address the implementation deficits and to build their resilience. Most importantly, financing sustainable development is perhaps the most urgent item on the Caribbean agenda. It is only with access to long-term, low-cost financial resources for investment in technical, institutional, and productive capacity that the range of policy imperatives to achieve sustainable development in the subregion can be achieved and sustained. So these are some of the issues that will be taken up at the SIDS4 conference that is to be held in Antigua and Barbuda at the end of next month. Revitalizing SIDS, there will be interactive dialogues on revitalizing SIDS economies for accelerated and sustainable growth, enhancing critical forms of financing and aid effectiveness through collaborative partnership, on making climate finance work for SIDS, building on the outcomes of COP28, leveraging data and digital technologies and building effective institutions for a resilient future in SIDS, and investing in human capital, addressing the health crisis in SIDS and building the potential of youth in SIDS. These are the critical issues that are going to be addressed at the meeting in Antigua and Barbuda. I'm privileged to be joined this morning by distinguished representatives of the Caribbean. I am confident that through their shared perspectives, you will come to appreciate the importance and the urgency of the Caribbean that the Caribbean attaches to securing meaningful outcome at the SIDS4 conference in Antigua and Barbuda next month. I will introduce all panelists at the beginning so that their presentations will follow seamlessly. We will begin first with Ms. Joy Marie King, Director of International Trade in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Immigration of Antigua and Barbuda, who will speak to us on preparations for the meeting and will share the perspectives of the host government on the outlook for the conference, highlighting key outcomes that Antigua and Barbuda has worked tirelessly to bring to fruition. Next will be Ms. Rochelle Newbold, Special Advisor on Climate Change and Environmental Matters in the Office of the Prime Minister of the Bahamas, who has been integrally involved in the sustainable development process in the Bahamas and who is leading the preparation of the Bahamas' second voluntary national report to the HLPF next year. She will offer us a perfect example of a country determined to achieve the sustainable goals while wrestling vulnerabilities typical of SIDS. The Bahamas was the first Caribbean country to hold a national SDG conference, and their commitment to achieving Agenda 2030, challenges notwithstanding, is to be recognized and lauded. Ms. Chanel Richards, Chief Research Officer in the Office of the Prime Minister, that is Prime Minister Motley of Barbados, architect and champion of the Bridgetown Initiative, now 2.0, I think, will, I'm sure, bring to her presentation the leadership that Barbados will undoubtedly bring to the conference, particularly as it pertains to reform of the international financial architecture, climate finance with a view to enhancing SIDS accessing financing for sustainable development. Ms. Kennethia Douglas, Project Managing the SDG Technical Secretariat of the Ministry of Planning and Development in Trinidad and Tobago, will share the perspective of her government as a country committed to investing in technology, which has made great strides in exploring big data, a crucial area of development in which SIDS should pursue competitive advantage. Mr. Benito Wheatley, Special Envoy of the Premier of the British Virgin Islands, is easily one of the most effective advocates for the associate member countries of the Commission. He will share the very important perspective of a territory facing the full range of SIDS development challenges with scant support from the international community. Theirs is an important message that is to be taken to the SIDS conference. And Ms. Jemiah Prince, Legal Advisor to the Chairperson's Committee of the Caribbean Regional Youth Council, is our panel's youth representative. We heard yesterday in the discussions on the Summit of the Future the vital importance of the youth contribution to dialogue and decision-making, the future of our planet being theirs. For SIDS, this is even more imperative. For without an integral and continuing role for the youth of the subregion, the Caribbean's future will truly be bleak. Ms. Prince, a budding and dynamic advocate, will share this important perspective on the issues seizing the attention of the leaders of tomorrow. Without further ado, I give the floor to Ms. Joy Marie King, representing the host government of the SIDS conference in Antigua and Barbuda. You have the floor.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, good morning. Antigua and Barbuda is slated to host the 4th Small Islands Developing States Conference from the 27th to the 30th The conference will aim at assessing the ability of SIDS to achieve sustainable development, including Agenda 2030 and its sustainable development goals. The reality is, SIDS have found themselves at the forefront of multiple global crises and the continuous, ever-growing challenges, including climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, disaster, and hazards, social-related challenges, economic vulnerabilities, to name a few. From 1994 to present, the SIDS agenda have always been clearly articulated in programs of actions, including what currently exists, detailed in the Samoa pathway. The outcome in St. John's is expected to endorse a new 10-year program of actions addressing the unique challenges we as SIDS face and the prioritization of support for our development. The broad themes expected to be addressed includes building resilient economies associated with the development and expansion of productive capacity, economic diversification, and reducing vulnerability. Secondly, fostering safe, healthy, prosperous societies associated with strengthening health and social protection systems and the building of strong institutions. Thirdly, a secure future associated with fostering energy transitions, enhancing food security, supporting connectivity of SIDS economies to regional and global supply chains. And fourthly, environmental protection and planetary sustainability associated with combating climate change, ocean sustainability, biodiversity conservation, and mainstreaming disaster risk reduction. A few takeaways are evident. One, the SIDS agenda's relevance within the Sustainable Development Framework. Secondly, its synergies with the SDGs, climate change and ocean sustainability agendas. And thirdly, the overarching relevance of international trade to the discourse. The upcoming SIDS conference, therefore, provides the ideal opportunity towards advancing and promoting the exploitation of these synergies between SIDS and the SDGs agenda, with international trade being the impetus. These agenda have operated in silos for far too long. Another opportunity surrounds making the clarion call for the reforming of a more inclusive, deeper collaboration, policy coherence, and complementarity of work among multilateral organizations. These organizations effectively have the ability to either undermine the agendas of each other, or rather, complement each other, allowing for the more efficient use of scarce resources. Additionally, for every multilateral organization that a SIDS state is a member of, it needs to bring the SIDS agenda to the fore. The opportunity is also ripe for the SIDS to collectively call on the World Trade Organization to complete the fisheries subsidies agreement in strict accordance with the mandate laid out in SDGs 14.6, given that biodiversity loss and fragility is a major challenge facing SIDS today. Looking towards the future, a major development and takeaway at SIDS 4 will be the launch of the SIDS Center of Excellence to be housed in Antigua and Barbuda. This center will serve as a hub for research, capacity building and collaboration to enhance the socioeconomic and environmental resilience of SIDS. Additionally, this center will be tasked with tracking the progress, achievements, and challenges of SIDS' next 10-year plan. This Center of Excellence will be one focused on providing solutions, and its operations premised upon three pillars: a global data hub, an innovation and technology mechanism, and an island investment forum. See you all in St. John's. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. King, and I give the floor immediately to Ms. Rochelle Newbold, pausing only briefly to welcome our Executive Secretary, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Silas. Very happy to have you. Ms. Newbold, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. A lot has been said regarding the present situation of the world and the region in which we all live. The most recent report paints a picture which, in most respects, is not one which reflects an image of being on the road to great progress. And while the news isn't good, the report of the realities is important because we cannot do better if we do not recognize that the present course of events, nationally, regionally, and globally, is taking us to a place where we don't want to go. Thus, given the facts, how then do we advance the priorities of Caribbean SIDS towards achieving the 2030 agenda? Each of my colleagues will inform you of the work each is doing, how we, the less than 0.01% contributors to greenhouse gas emissions, face climate change impacts every day, which makes our struggle for survival so elusive because we are unable to affect the change which is well outside of our ability, but we meet, negotiate, and press on. Our experience is perhaps the most unique and inconceivable, as we, the Bahamas, having dealt with twin tragedies, those being the strongest hurricane on record to make landfall in the Atlantic region, and then 6 months later, the impacts of COVID-19. Hurricane Dorian and COVID-19 created the perfect economic storm for the Bahamas, resulting in a combined macro level economic impact of $7.5 billion, according to UNDP. Further, both events severely impacted our greatest economic product, tourism. And still, we are dealing with these impacts 5 years later. And still we press on, right? As a big ocean state, the Bahamas takes note of the fact that oceans are the least financially supported areas globally with less than 0.1% financing. In the Bahamas, there are more than 160 conservation areas with an estimated management cost of more than $200 million per year by 2027. At present, 17% of the Bahamas is under some type of conservation program, and we are moving towards an overall 20% goal. Having a deep respect for nature and our environment, we've embarked on national legislative and regulatory reforms. We've created a national statistical department whose legal mandate is to garner the necessary data, analyze, and present it in a form that can help policy decision makers. The data must also be accessible to all in the digital space, which allows public and private access. Because in order to plan, everyone must know and understand. And we've moved towards a more digital space as we have borrowed more than $30 million from the IDB to embark upon a digital transformation process to have a digital society utilizing smart technology supported by ubiquitous connectivity with integrated, efficient, and paperless government services. Because to advance the 21st century, you must know your needs and be able to sustain and maintain a communication culture where data is generated and shared and understood. And technology is integrated into everything you do. Then we stood back and looked at what we have so far, and we understand that science is now informing us that should we desire a country and people who are thriving and advancing, there is a need to prioritize our efforts towards a resiliency and adaptation. So the Bahamas has prioritized the following: its energy independence, its food security. We've engaged in adaptive sustainable development, and we have an intentional youth empowerment program. So let's start with energy independence. Our government continues to roll out a progressive SDG agenda, and with the implementation of renewable energy systems is at the top of the list. In collaboration with the Inter-American Development Bank, the Bahamas is executing an $80 million project aimed at mitigating the impacts of climate change and providing reliable and affordable energy. As part of our focus on transitioning to renewable energy, We have allocated $22 million to adopt solar technologies on sites in several of our islands, the Bahamas being the largest archipelago in the Caribbean region. We are advancing efforts to pilot ocean thermal energy conversion, OTEC, on 9 of our islands. And this is done to support the provision of clean and affordable drinking water while involving ourselves in a carbon neutral energy grid. Despite our negligible carbon footprint, the Bahamas has committed to achieving an economy-wide reduction of GHG emissions by 30% in 2030, including having at least 30% of our renewables in the country's energy mix and increasing the sales of electric and hybrid vehicles, which will represent 35 and 15% respectively of total sales by 2030. Then we focus on our food security to address the issue of poverty. Agricultural production in the Bahamas focuses on 4 main areas: crops, poultry, livestock, and dairy. And to achieve food security, we are prioritizing the following in agricultural sector. 1, empowering local farmers by training them on new and innovative farming practices, providing spaces for local community markets and food fairs, and providing financial support to community cooperatives, especially female farmers, through startup financial supports like land grants and tax exemptions. 2, supporting agricultural technology throughout the archipelago and using schools as starter programs to introduce agriculture to the next generation through a hands-on, positive, and technology-driven lens. 3, investing in self-driven agricultural initiatives such as a $400,000 feed mill to support livestock farmers, thus reducing feed imports into the country. And 5, as part of a sustainable food program, the establishment of 38 new egg houses on 12 islands with the aim for 13 million egg production. This towards significantly reducing, if not eliminating, the need for the importation of eggs into the country. And finally, the establishment of hydroponic trailers and greenhouse parks throughout the country for the growth of leafy green vegetables, which increases not only the quantity of leafy greens, but also the quality of the nutrients available to residents in those communities. The focus on the agricultural sector allows the ability to feed ourselves, all while adapting to the environmental changes which climate change will bring through drought and sea level rise. And then there are the efforts towards adaptive sustainable development. The Bahamas is at great risk and vulnerability given its geographical feature as a low-lying, sea-encircled country. If projected sea level rise is reached by 2050, between 10 to 12% of the territory will be lost. Thus, we have revised our building codes in light of this eventuality to build infrastructure which can withstand the increasing threat of more numerous and stronger hurricanes. We've engaged in environmental restoration on areas impacted by climate change and previous development situations in an attempt to slow the progress of impacts impacts. We have implemented environmental legislation which requires environmental and social impact assessments for all development projects and an open and mandatory public consultation process. We've implemented the legal requirements for the development of environmental management plans which require mandatory monitoring of the environmental and social safeguards required by the EIA assessment process in order to maintain environmental and social sustainability. But notwithstanding our efforts, however, it is estimated that 3.3 billion people are living in countries with high human vulnerability to climate change. Analysis by the International Federation of the Red Cross found that 97.6 million people are affected by climate and weather-related disasters in 2019. The cost of climate change impacts are astronomical. We in the Caribbean know from our experiences the loss of life and the cost to communities caused by hurricanes. A report on 55 economies hit hard by climate change found that they had lost about 525 billion in the last 2 decades due to the impacts of global warming alone. On this road to 2030, it is imperative that our partners, some who singularly have inflicted more than $1.9 trillion in damages to other countries from the effects of their GHG emissions, need to be compliant with the agreements that they and we have all agreed to implement as citizens of this one planet. If we cannot resolve this issue, which with known boundaries, then all our hard work or investments will be lost in one hurricane, one forest fire, a series of prolonged droughts, and the slow onset of sea level rise as it swallows us all up. The Bahamas, along with our Caribbean neighbors, need resources and support to make our infrastructure and countries more resilient to the threats posed by climate change. We have advocated for the creation of dedicated, accessible, and affordable financing. We have called for enhanced regional cooperation and increased geographical ties. And as this will lead to stronger economic growth, resilience, and response to the challenges of climate change. Because of predatory lending with private financial institutions and the withdrawal of funding to our UN partners, developing SIDS should not have to choose between direct resources to the SDGs or reducing our debt to creditors. But let's look to a more brighter way and a possible brighter future: the youth. For more than 30 years, the Bahamas has had a dedicated youth program with the establishment of our Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture. Through that ministry, the youth have had a voice, but now their reach has expanded to the global negotiation spaces with the climate change and SDG ambassadorship programs. These programs are seated in the Office of the Prime Minister, and these ambassadors are operating at the highest level of government, working alongside their policymakers. The Youth Ambassador Program is also featured most prominently through an annual hosting of a Climate Youth Conference and an SDG conference. Both conferences are held in July during the period of our national independence. And to show that this Youth Ambassador Office is not a mere token space, each of the ambassador programs are also afforded a fiscal budget, official passports, and all the accoutrements which are afforded to traditional ambassadors in the Foreign Service. They have a committee of youth which they select and manage, and they are responsible for the development and implementation of a platform within government to address national needs with their perspectives in mind. We understand that they are the inheritors, and thus they have a contribution to make. And we will continue to work with them to achieve a holistic future for our country. So, in summary, all things for the Bahamas can only be achieved, implemented, and count successful all through the lens of climate change and appropriate finance programs which take into account this elephant which is rampant, which is trampling and ravaging everything we put our hands on today. Thus, for us, SDG 13 and a fit for purpose and concessional financing support programs are the principal driving factors which impact our ability to accomplish the other 16 goals on the road to the 2030 agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wood, for that very comprehensive and impressive account of the initiatives being undertaken by the government of Bahamas. Really very impressed about the effort to bring GHGs down by 30%, the investment in ocean thermal technology. That is awesome. Hydroponics, excellent, so important for countries that have serious drought issues and are seeking to expand in agriculture. And of course, the commitment you give your youth official passports. Very impressive. I give the floor right away to Ms. Chanel Richards, representative of Barbados.
Thank you very much, Ms. Corliss. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests. It is a pleasure to be here to speak to you about the priorities of Caribbean SIDS as we accelerate towards 2030. For us to achieve the SDGs and to implement the 10-year agenda that we expect to emerge from SIDS for, we need applicable and achievable solutions. SIDS will always be small, and therefore we have to think beyond our geographical boundaries in order to be able to achieve the SDGs. So one of the priority areas which we need to have addressed is the access to the right quantity and quality of resources to finance the SDG gap. The global financing gap for LICs, LMICs, and the highly vulnerable middle-income countries is at least $1 trillion per year, and it could be up to $2 trillion per year. And so the Bridgetown Initiative was born out of the need to address these deficiencies and inequity in the global financial systems. The initiative has evolved, and as we prepare for its third iteration, 3.0, our acts go beyond climate financing. We need to be able to fund the entire SDG agenda, health, education, infrastructure, the entire agenda. And the current global financial infrastructure does not adequately provide the support that SIDS need, and hence we have called for meaningful reform and investment in the SDG stimulus package and in national projects which drive development. Access to affordable financing depends so much on our credit ratings. And so the credit rating agencies, they must revise their methodologies and how they incorporate our size and our vulnerability into their ratings. The credit rating should be based on forward-looking growth scenarios and details of our debt management. The debt sustainability framework must be designed to facilitate the necessary investment and encourage long-term borrowing for high-return investments in human capital and infrastructure, if we are able to mitigate our inherent vulnerability and to promote sustainable development. Because when you use matrices like GDP per capita, which completely ignores our inherent vulnerability, we may appear to be thriving. However, when you consider that a hurricane can completely devastate our economies, like Maria did to Dominica, Dorian did to the Bahamas, Elsa did to Barbados, causing US $33 million in damages and rising in mere hours, we recognize that there's an urgent need for an adjustment and reform which incorporates vulnerability. We know that efforts have been made to develop a composite vulnerability index, but this has difficulty inculcating the complexities of vulnerability. So we need to be able to recognize all facets of vulnerability and have a mechanism which is able to respond quickly. So for any MVI to work, it must truly address the environmental, the climate, the economic, and the social dimensions of vulnerability. And so we need to look at how we incorporate vulnerability and into our financing areas. So another key priority for the region must be the health of our people. We cannot build sustainable societies without healthy and productive citizens. Therefore, enhancing our healthcare systems is paramount. The World Health Organization has declared that antimicrobial resistance is one of the top 10 global public health threats facing humanity. And so, while we focus on the traditional areas of healthcare, we must address financing for AMR, which threatens the very core of modern medicine and the sustainability of an effective global public health response to the enduring threat of infectious diseases. The government of Barbados has invested significantly in the healthcare sector, providing access to free health services and access to free medicine for certain chronic conditions. We're looking to launch our pharmaceutical platform, and of course we will need financing for our development partners for this, but we do hope that that can happen. And we know that the health sector is interconnected with food security, which is integral to the economic and social development of our countries, and consequently to the Sustainable Development Goals. If we are to advance towards 2030, food and nutritional security must remain a top priority for acceleration for SIDS. Our populations have entrusted us with the responsibility to secure their lives and livelihoods. That responsibility entails ensuring that we provide access to the most nutritious and affordable food options. At the sub-regional level, we have developed the CARICOM 25 by 2025, an initiative to collectively increase agri-food production in the region. Because we know that SIDS do not have the luxury of significant natural resources, ample land, water, or the climate to singularly replace large volumes of imported manufactured foods. Hence, we call on our Global South partners to deepen trading relationships and to reduce barriers to trade so that we can trade more food and ensure food security. Our region has been characterized by slow economic growth. With 6 years left to achieve the 2030 agenda, transformation is necessary to propel inclusive and sustainable development. Our focus must be on collaboration, transformation, innovation, and investment. The journey towards 2030 is not one SIDS can do alone. The achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals requires a significant deepening of partnerships and continuing lobbying for the transformation of the international financial system. Through collective action and constructive conversation, we can chart the pathway forward and ensure that no one, especially SIDS, are left behind. The time for action is now. Barbados reaffirms our commitment to the international community and to doing our part to overcome any new and emerging challenges as we push forward to 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Richards. So important, the emphasis you placed at the very beginning on the need for debt sustainability. For instance, this cannot be overemphasized. And then, of course, the need for investment in health infrastructure in our countries, with aging populations and with high NCDs, and the importance also of linking this with enhanced food security. And this is a thread that I have heard in all presentations this morning, the importance of strengthening food security in our countries. I give the floor right away to Ms. Kennethia Douglas, Project Officer in the SDG Secretariat of Trinidad and Tobago's Ministry of Planning and Development. Ms. Douglas.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Diane. Buenos días, colegas. Muchas gracias por esta invitación. I hope my Spanish was good. Thank you. In the face of unique challenges and vulnerabilities, Caribbean SIDS stand at a crucial juncture in our quest for sustainable development, requiring concerted efforts and innovative strategies to propel us forward towards a resilient and prosperous future. It is against this backdrop that my presentation will focus on 4 key areas that are part of this quest and demonstrate the efforts and innovative strategies of Trinidad and Tobago toward achieving sustainable development. The first area of focus is climate change. Trinidad and Tobago, as a small island developing state, is highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and natural hazards. Despite being a hydrocarbon-dependent economy, the country's global carbon footprint, measured by the greenhouse gas emissions, is less than 1% of the worldwide emissions. Trinidad and Tobago understands its responsibilities within the framework of the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement, and remains committed to making progress on the climate change agenda. We have developed a national climate change policy to guide climate action, which is being updated. We have developed a carbon reduction strategy, detailed inventories of greenhouse gas emissions with measures for emissions reduction, a functional measurement, reporting, and verification system for greenhouse gas emissions, and a national adaptation plan detailing strategies and actions for resilience building and integration. The next area is on green and sustainable energy transition. This particular area, especially green energy, has been a core policy area for Trinidad and Tobago as part of the country's ambitious diversification agenda. Consequently, the government has taken steps towards setting ambitious renewable energy targets, along with projects for implementation. As an example, Trinidad and Tobago has set targets to increase the share of renewable energy in its energy mix. Several renewable energy projects have been initiated through the National Energy Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago that is focused on achieving the target of 30% of electricity from renewable sources by the year 2030 through solar PV and wind, offshore and onshore, energy electricity generation. The challenge to transition to low carbon development will be significant for Trinidad and Tobago. However, we are up to the task. We have incentivized the private sector investment into establishing and fully financing a green hydrogen facility. Progress on this initiative is ongoing. Additionally, Trinidad and Tobago is currently implementing the largest grant-funded national project under the Global Environmental Facility entitled Energy Efficiency through the Development of Low-Carbon Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Technologies in Trinidad and Tobago. This four-year project, which began in 2020, aims at creating a sustained market change towards the adoption of low-carbon RAC technologies and utilizes a public-private partnership approach. Digital transformation, innovation, and data strengthening solutions. Where are we in this agenda? Since 2020, digitization has been on the national development agenda for Trinidad and Tobago for accelerated technology transfer to arrest the widening digital divide. We established a Ministry of Digital Transformation who developed the Digital Transformation Strategy for 2030 to 2026, which focuses on a digital society which is people-centered and knowledge-based, focused on access, skills, participation, involving inclusion, and connected communities. A digital economy driven by value creation, supporting ICT sector growth, and improving access to markets. And a digital government led by public value creation through efficiency in service delivery and citizen-centric approach. The strategy document is currently out for public review and input. A key priority for Caribbean SIDS would be innovative and specifically innovative solutions for closing the digital and data divide. This would require optimal investments in research and development, collaboration between academia and industry sectors, adequate governance arrangements and coordination, strong innovation, readiness of organizations and institutions, and sufficient application of research for these solutions. To effect all this, the government, in collaboration with key stakeholders, are currently developing a draft innovation policy for Trinidad and Tobago. A key component of this policy is the establishment of centers of excellence to manage the innovation ecosystem across all sectors and to boost their innovative capabilities. Data strengthening solutions help support and contribute to resilience building, policy formulation, resource management, and international cooperation in SIDS. For Trinidad and Tobago, this solution was in the form of a joint SDG Fund project undertaken by our UN country team for the modernization of Trinidad and Tobago's statistical ecosystems. One of the key outputs of this project is an interactive SDG data repository, an online platform that will bring together data from various data sets portals, and sectors to one common place that will enable the government to track its progress towards achieving the SDGs. This platform has the potential to also expand its scope to include a subsection on SIDS-related data and statistics that will facilitate us being able to adequately report an implementation of the new program of action for SIDS once it has been adopted in Antigua and Barbuda. My last area of focus is on strengthening institutional outputs. Finally, consideration must be given to the institutional mechanism that will support the implementation of the new program of action for SIDS. Not only the institutional structure, but the outputs that it will produce and the outcomes it will realize. Therefore, strengthening institutional outputs must involve improving the effectiveness, efficiency, and impact of inputs, activities, and resources. Some strategies are clearly defining your goals and objectives, making sure that we are streamlining workflows and optimizing processes, investing in training and capacity building, leveraging technology to automate tasks, improve data management, and enhance collaboration and communication across all sectors, and building into the system a monitoring and evaluation of indicators for continuous improvement. Trinidad and Tobago is working on building these strategies into the restructuring of our technical coordinating secretariat that will have the overall responsibility for the new program of action for SIDS and also the 2030 agenda. In conclusion, as we are mere weeks away from the 4th International Conference on SIDS, and this being the last decade for us to get it right, Trinidad and Tobago is committing to supporting efforts to advance regional priorities and the sustainable development of small island developing states. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Ms. Douglas, you did not disappoint. I'm so very pleased to hear the emphasis that you as a representative of the Ministry of Planning and Development has given to strengthening institutional frameworks to ensure that there is a greater focus on visioning development and putting in place the structures that ensure that we do this in a more efficient and effective way. The innovation policy, very interested to see how that develops. We're of course in Trinidad and Tobago, so we will be certainly very interested to see how that goes. And of course, the focus also on digital society, digital economy, digital government. There was also, I think, emphasis given by the Bahamas on digitalization. I think this is really going to give that added impetus to development strategy in the region. Thank you very much for the contribution. Very well received. I now give the floor to my friend and colleague Benita Wheatley, the special envoy of the Premier of the British Virgin Islands and advocate par excellence for the AMCs. I give you the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a pleasure to be at this year's forum, and I would like to thank Diane Corliss and Mrs. Salazar for the kind invitation to sit on this panel. The British Virgin Islands is very pleased that the international community is agreeing a new program of action for small island developing states to provide support for the next 10 years. This is critical because we cannot separate the SIDS agenda from their achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Undoubtedly, SIDS remain a special case due to their high vulnerability. There is, however, a glaring omission in the new SIDS outcome document that has been negotiated. The document makes no mention of the associate members of the UN regional commissions, who are also SIDS, but were unable to receive direct support under the previous SIDS program of action, the Samoa Pathway. It appears that while there was consensus at the initial SIDS-4 preparatory meetings last year that the associate members require international support for sustainable development and climate resilience, there was not sufficient political will in the negotiations in New York to include such text in the final outcome document. This means that the status quo remains, in which there are glaring gaps in support for the associate members. The ECLAC family has 13 associate members located in the Caribbean who are affected by this. These gaps were recognized at this very forum in 2021 under the chairmanship of Costa Rica, following the first ECLAC high-level meeting of the associate members on their challenges in pursuing sustainable development and need for international support. Maintaining the status quo has consequences. The British Virgin Islands is a case in point. In 2017, the islands were hit by 2 Category 5 hurricanes and sustained $2.3 billion in damage. After requesting financial assistance to rebuild, we received no direct budget support for reconstruction because we were deemed ineligible despite the devastation. The only option was to borrow, but concessional financing was not available. On our own, we were only able to get conventional loans of $115 million from the Caribbean Development Bank. As a consequence, our recovery from the hurricanes has lagged for more than 6 years and will take longer to complete. To be clear, the British Virgin Islands has been financially and economically self-sufficient for 45 years. No budget support is provided by the United Kingdom. Excellencies, the British Virgin Islands was the victim of the negative impacts of climate change and remains highly vulnerable. But yet we are unable to access climate finance under any of the international mechanisms. We are pursuing the SDGs through a national plan, but do not have access to development finance. We are ineligible to receive official development assistance from international donors, including the UK. We are completely shut out of development finance as a small government with very limited resources. We are continuously being pushed to borrow, despite the debt profile of the Caribbean region and the long-term challenges high debt presents. These are the same circumstances faced by other SIDS, as our colleagues have mentioned. The difference, however, is that they will receive support under the new program of action, and the associate members will not. I should note here that there was a brief period during the global pandemic when the UN system made financial support available to the associate members to assist their public health response. The British Virgin Islands benefited from this generous support, but once the pandemic was over, the status quo resumed. Excellencies, we must ask ourselves, if such adjustments can be made during a public health crisis, why can they not be made for the current climate crisis and for sustainable development where we are lagging behind? We had hoped this reasoning would prevail in the recently concluded negotiations in New York, but it did not. Thus, an opportunity was missed to further the SIDS agenda. The mantra, leave no one behind, is often repeated, but in the case of the associate members, on this occasion, it would appear that this is what has happened. While we are disappointed, the associate members remain undeterred in our quest for support to assist us with sustainable development and climate resilience. Next week, the UN system and British Virgin Islands will co-chair a special meeting on access to development finance by several associate members, hosted by the government of the British Virgin Islands. UN Resident Coordinator for Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean, Mr. Didier Trebuch, Mrs. Diane Corliss of ECLAC, and other representatives of UN agencies in the Caribbean will be present. We are grateful for these champions. Together, we will try to find a way forward so that the associate members are not left behind as international efforts are made to accelerate achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. The associate members also intend to be an active part of the regional coordination mechanism for SIDS in the Caribbean, so that we are engaged wherever possible on solutions for SIDS. Excellencies, as I close, I would like to express how important this forum is for the associate members. Most associate members are not included in the high-level political forum and are not a part of any review process on sustainable development. This forum gives us a voice. Diane, we are also extremely grateful to ECLAC for its ongoing support and advocacy. In the spirit of leaving no one behind, we would very much welcome if in the outcome document of this meeting, the forum can reiterate the challenges of the associate members of ECLAC and our need for support to achieve the SDGs and build climate resilience. Madam Chair, Excellencies, I will end my remarks here. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador Wheatley. You know our heart is with you, and the challenges that you have outlined, very, very serious. We will provide as much support and solidarity as we can in ensuring that your concerns are represented at this meeting. And of course, we in the Port of Spain office have 13 member states and 13 territories. 50% of the countries that we serve in the Caribbean are associate members, and therefore we are very empathetic and concerned with the plight of our territories, and we will continue to offer as much support as the UN system allows. No, I have left for the last our youth representative because it is the youth that will take us forward. And therefore, Ms. Jemiah Prince, who is legal advisor in the Caribbean Regional Youth Council, will provide us with her perspective on what it is that the youth of the Caribbean are taking forward, that they will represent at the SIDS meeting and that they will advance in our Caribbean countries. You have the floor, Ms. Prince.
Excellencies and distinguished delegates, we ask that you kindly indulge the youth. High tide is encroaching and we are on the front lines. The tide is turbulent and unforgiving. Without action, the small island states will be left behind. Sustainable development, so enough talk. What we truly need is more traction of youth inclusion. We, the youth, deep dive into the Caribbean context with a focus on 5 specific SDGs. But for the sake of time, we invite you to splash around with us in somewhat shallow discourse. SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 2, zero hunger, SDG 13, climate action, SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, with SDG 17, partnership for goals, completing this bountiful catch. These SDGs were littered along the shoreline like seashells. They were observed with keen interest in terms of the challenges, recommendations to advance implementation, and an examination of stakeholder engagement of youth to promote implementation. In SDG 1, the youth pondered, if the middle class truly existed, or is it just proletariat and bourgeoisie? The COVID-19 pandemic increased poverty with particular impact to marginalized groups, care workers, female-headed households, and rural communities, to name a few. Environmental challenges and natural disasters in the form of Sahara dust plumes, hurricanes, forest fires, and flash flooding only exacerbated or exasperating lived experience. Despite these challenges, Build Up Barbados, a youth-led nonprofit, focused on youth empowerment and community development in BIN, whilst Hearts in Haiti focused on youth empowerment and poverty reduction through education. The youth rallied and raved, but in the end recommended the rethinking of public policies to engage marginalized and vulnerable groups. That government should invest in relevant education and skills development, and they advocated for greater regional solidarity to tackle poverty head-on. Zero hunger being a major priority, the youths are concerned that to enter Masi Asusu will soon be required. How shall we eat with these rising food prices coupled with poor food nutrition? Our imports for food far outweigh our exports, but that is for another discussion. Data from FAO et al. 2023 stated a total of 7.2 million people in 2022 faced hunger. That's 17% of the Caribbean region. So food security, agricultural sector reform, climate change, and youth empowerment were tabled for discussion. Our challenges as SIDS are the neglect for the agricultural sector, lack of education on food security, lack of data collection and analysis on food consumption patterns, and prevailing NCDs. So what's being done? Well, the World Food Programme is on the ground addressing food insecurity in the region via programs and initiatives, while SIDS attack issues from a regional standpoint like Helen's Daughters in St. Lucia, empowering rural women through adaptive agricultural techniques that foster economic development in their communities. So, as we have a listening ear at the moment, dear stakeholders, invest in climate resilient agriculture, provide financial support for agricultural startups. We see you 868 with your API programs and execute on promises for regional food security. The youth are willing to partner with you to achieve these deliverables. Now STs. Now SIDs. SD13 was truly triggered by a few. I won't call names, but just look north of the globe for who. Fragile natural environments, freshwater scarcity, exposure to natural disasters, and rising temperatures are at the top of our list. If only we could install an AC off the coast of Aruba and have it function on Energy Saver, blowing cool breeze down to the other islands. But who will pay for the servicing of the AC every quarter? Never mind, I don't want CARICOM to become the West Indian Federation. Jamaica's Youth Council Climate Advisory Board is a step in the right direction. Let's focus on comprehensive climate education in a decolonized educational curriculum, along with continued adaptation and mitigation strategies by SID governments and the private sector. We rally behind Prime Minister Mia Mottley for all member states to uphold their NCDs. Please prevent the increase of 2.7 degrees. I hope you've been listening as we've touched on partnerships throughout. So last but not least, we'll address the promotion of peace, justice, and strong institutions for safe societies. Now, in all honesty, some of us stopped watching that 7 p.m. news update. Not because ignorance is bliss, but we have TikTok and Insta updates for that. By this means, our hopes and dreams aren't decimated within an hour, but we can incrementally digest all updates in between watching Love is Blind episodes. We are being serious. Are you taking us seriously? Right now, there is a major decline in social cohesion, and it's not just because of the generation gap. There is a high level of conflict with gun violence, drug trafficking through our porous borders, human trafficking, complex maritime trade challenges, and major migrant movements across borders. I could go on, but we know crime is costly and impacting the tourism industry. In addition, members of your skilled populations keep running to the north. So what's the plan? A day of prayer by the many religions in our multicultural societies can only go so far. Remember, it's faith and works. Let's talk about the works. Living Free and Better, a youth organization in Haiti, aims to assist children and the youth with disadvantaged backgrounds. Our key recommendations are armed patrols for those borders, increase public confidence and trust in the relevant authorities, and adopt a public health approach to crime and violence as advocated by CARICOM. Well, we can only hope that you listened. We'll wrap it up before our moderator does it for us. But remember, your leadership today will determine if we have a sustainable tomorrow. So, in the words of Eddie Grant, will they mourn us on the front lines? Will we be left behind? Thank you.
Simply delightful and compelling and awesome. Thank you so very much, Ms. Chris, for wrapping up and for giving us the challenge. Oh, there's just so much to say, but I'm going to open the floor because, I've been warned about the time here. We have 15 minutes to go. I open the floor first to see whether any of you who have joined us this morning have anything to contribute to what has been a truly rich and diverse presentation by the distinguished members of this panel this morning. The floor is open for 5-10 minutes. Oh, I can't see, so you have to tell me. Is it Cuba? Yeah. Cuba, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diana.
With your expectation to make my intervention in English. Distinguida Laura Fernández.
Dear Laura Fernandez Delgado, Minister and Vice President of this forum, dear Luis Yañez from the ECLAC Secretariat, dear delegates, panelists, representatives of the UN system, and guests. The Cuban delegation thanks ECLAC for once again summoning a space devoted to vindicating and defending the position of the Caribbean within the framework of the meetings of this forum. Small SIDS that are active members and valuable members of this commission and of this forum demand the support of the region in order to support this and a deserved treatment by the international community. At present, our countries face the socio-economic consequences of COVID-19, low growth rates, high levels of indebtedness, inflation, food crises and energy crises, exposure to external shocks, a drop in financing sources, and the aggravated impacts of climate change. A strategic approach for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda in the Caribbean must bet on the transformation of production and consumption patterns that we have at present and move towards more resilient and sustainable models via global and regional alliances, and also through the strengthening of solidarity, cooperation, technology transfer, and capacity building. It is imperative to establish a whole set of progress measures in terms of sustainable development that go beyond the GDP in order to gain access to financing in favorable conditions by the Caribbean. We also require a deep and comprehensive reform of the international financial architecture that may provide the necessary stability in order to tackle the challenges of our nations. The Bridgetown Initiative is a bold proposal in this sense, and we ratify to this forum the importance and the validity of the implementation of the Barbados Action Plan, the Mauritius strategy, and the Samoa trajectory. We are interested. We look forward to the approval of the Antigua and Barbuda agenda in the framework of the fourth conference of small island developing states that will be held in this sister country next May. We ratify our commitment in order to guarantee the success of this important meeting where Cuba will be represented at a high level. Dear delegates and guests, Cuba has profound links with its sister countries in the Caribbean, links that have historical, cultural, and idiosyncrasy of an idiosyncratic nature, and we share common challenges that, in the case of Cuba, are increased as a result of the impact of the economic, trade, and financial embargo imposed for more than 60 years by the government of the United States that has become even worse during the pandemic and with the arbitrary and unjust inclusion of our country in the list of countries that sponsor terrorism. We express our true gratitude for the support of countries in the region, and especially Caribbean countries, in terms of denouncing uh, and demanding the end of these unilateral coercive actions year after year within the framework of the General Assembly of the United Nations. With our sister countries in the Caribbean, we hope to continue to work as we have done so far in order to strengthen alliances in the sub-region and promote better opportunities for economic complementarity, cooperation, and multilateralism that may contribute to the sustainable and resilient recovery, and in order to reach the sustainable development goals so that nobody is left behind in the Caribbean, in accordance with the commitment that we entered into since our last pro tempore chair of the 37th period of sessions of ECLAC with the initiative Caribbean First. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And as is evident in the vote taken in the General Assembly every year, the majority of the international community stands in solidarity with Cuba. And we welcome, of course, Cuba's solidarity with the SIDS. We look forward to the representation of Cuba at the SIDS meeting. You are, in fact, a part of the family, a part of the SIDS family, and a part of the Caribbean. Welcome. I see Jamaica.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. With all that has been said this morning, I think I'll ignore most of my introductory comments. We've heard brilliant presentations from the panelists from across the region, and I'll just jump straight into what Jamaica has been focusing on and what we want the region to focus on, and that is the accelerators for SDG implementation for 2030 and beyond. We look forward with great anticipation to the event in Antigua, and based on the presentation that we've heard today, we expect that there'll be fervent discussion on the outcomes that have been stressed so far. We recognize that we have had a great emphasis on SIDS coming out of the Barbados Program of Action, the Mauritius Strategy, and of course, most recent Samoa Pathway. Now, as we look to 2030 and beyond, we ask that the region coalesce around the common challenges and on opportunities for transformation and acceleration. This requires a coordinated approach in the climate change adaptation and mitigation, access to climate finance, and the full operationalization of the loss and damage fund, and capacity building for climate resistance. We ask for greater investment in climate resilient infrastructure, early warning systems, and the fiscal buffers to respond to emergencies, strengthen our disaster preparedness and response capabilities. We take note that Jamaica has been one of the first countries in the region to issue a catastrophe bond, and we hope that other countries are able to be mobilized and receive the capacity to institute their own as we get into the coming hurricane season and those in the future. We ask for greater emphasis on the nature-based solutions, such as reforestation and ecosystem restoration, which are essential strategies for building long-term resilience and reversing the triple planetary crisis. Given the significant reliance on marine resources for our livelihoods, food security, and tourism, protecting marine ecosystems is imperative, and the employment of sustainable ocean management and conservation practices. At this point, I take note of my colleague from Bahamas who mentioned the conservation efforts being taken in that country. We've seen the progress that has been made throughout our countries as it relates to sustainable fisheries management practices and initiatives to reduce marine pollution. However, further action is needed, including strengthening the enforcement of marine conservation laws, promoting the sustainable fishing practices, and investing in marine research and monitoring to support ecosystem-based management approaches. Our small open economies are heavily dependent on fossil fuels, and the price shocks which can lead to increased costs of living. I don't want my colleague to have to do a susu to go to massive supermarkets, so we do take this note. The energy transition is therefore needed to protect livelihoods as well as the environment, lowering our emissions and supporting growth. A regional response is most definitely needed for the food insecurity and availability of affordable, nutritious foods. It is more pressing as we seek to ensure a healthy and stable population, especially as we all battle with declining population growth and increasingly aging populations. It must be noted that the tourism industry is vital to all of our economies, and developing a sustainable product is integral to long-term economic growth. The key drivers for our tourism product are in fact our green, blue, and orange economies, and these need to be more formalized and structured to attract the investment that's needed for inclusive growth. Finally, we look at the digitalization, which can transform the region. we can do this by improving our service delivery, enhancing the data capacity of local authorities and national governments. And this will be needed to drive the innovation in the private sector to support our slow and anemic economic growth. In order to advance these priorities, it is critical that the means of implementation of SDGs are strengthened and well directed, including affordable financing options, innovative instruments, and support to attract investment projects in which we are deemed too small for traditional institutional private capital. Advancing the priorities of Caribbean SIDS towards achieving the 2030 agenda, therefore, is a multifaceted approach that addresses our issues and challenges. While progress has been made in some areas, continued efforts are needed to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs and ensure the sustainable development and survival of our nations. It is crucial, therefore, at the upcoming conference, the international community adopts and fully supports a new program of action that will place SIDS on a path to accelerate their growth, increase capacity to implement solutions to address challenges, and achieve the SDGs so that no one will truly be left behind.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. Excellent addition to the presentations this morning. I was particularly pleased to hear you reference the orange economy because cultural industries in the region, such a breadth and wealth of talent as exists in the region, is an important engine of growth that needs to be developed. So thank you very much for bringing attention to that. I have two other representatives. I can't see the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You have the floor. Is it St. Kitts and Nevis? Sorry, St. Kitts and Nevis.
Right. All right, thank you, Chair. I'd like just to endorse quickly the comments that were made by our colleagues from the region, especially in regard to the multi-dimensional vulnerability index. St. Kitts and Nevis, as a high-income country, has already begun to see the effects of that as we develop our climate adaptation projects to address areas such as water and climate smart agriculture. The response that we've been seeing is that grant funding or concessional financing will not be available to us. But beyond that, there's a separate issue of the predictability and the timing of donor financing to support our climate adaptation. Even when we are given some hope that there's the possibility of concessional financing, the timing to access that funding is not realistic for us. For example, we have sought to develop major climate adaptation projects, as I said, to address the water issues and climate smart agriculture. And the timing to access that financing is somewhere about 3 to 4 years. Now, during that time, the administration, the government administration has already changed. It's not realistic for us to wait 3 to 4 years. And so the new administration has already had to put that funding on its own books, its own budget. And so the applying for the donor financing no longer is a feasible option. And so the timing and the predictability of funding is a major issue. For major donor institutions such as the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environmental Facility, etc. Domestically, I think we have to also look at our local issues. The productivity of the public service is an issue. We're never going to be able to absorb all of the donor financing that we request anyway if we don't improve the productivity of our civil service. In small countries such as St. Kitts and Nevis, the government carries a significant burden for employment of persons, but at the same time, too much of the public service is below the desired levels of productivity. And so that has to be addressed if we're going to truly accelerate the SDGs over the next few years and achieve our national development plans, which most of our national development plans have been linked to the SDGs. Of course, I'd like to endorse what my colleagues have said about the importance of digitization and data management. That will help to improve the productivity of the civil service. And finally, just to endorse the youth representative, St. Kitts and Nevis made it, a point to include a youth representative in our VNR presentation at the UN last year. And since then, we've committed to have the youth at the table at every turn because we know their voice is important in decision making. And that's an area that has been overlooked to some extent. But also the private sector and civil society, having them at the table for decision making and looking into public-private partnerships for funding of local projects. Finally, I'd just like to thank UN ECLAC for their ongoing support to St. Kitts and Nevis in strengthening our efforts to monitor the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative of St. Kitts and Nevis. Very pleased to see the emphasis being placed on strengthening institutional capacity to ensure that we reduce that implementation deficit. This is something that we are particularly concerned about. We need to ensure that we have the indigenous capacity to assimilate the resources that we're appealing for, to ensure that they're effectively and efficiently used. Also, very little mention this morning of engagement with private sector, civil society, and this is important. Part of the engagement, the participatory approach that makes sustainable development successful means that we must have a greater level of engagement. How much private sector involvement is there in this meeting? Civil society. This is an area of importance that is also to be emphasized. My apologies. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the WFP. I couldn't see your sign.
Thank you very much for the word, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates. This has been a very enlightening meeting. Thank you for all sharing all your ideas. I'm here talking as World Food Program, but also as an islander myself. I come from a small island in the middle of the Atlantic, so I can understand very well all the comments you have made. But just want to mention three things on World Food Program and the Small Island Development States. We really recognize as World Food Program the small size, the remoteness, and the exposure to environmental threats that you have in the small island development states, and also the vulnerabilities related to climate crisis and food security and nutrition. We have been World Food Program working with the small island development states from our multi-country office in Barbados since 4 years. And there we have provided policy and technical capacities and social protection, disaster risk management, disaster risk finance, logistics, and food security to your governments. So we're really pleased to hear that you are putting very high in your agenda for the small island development states, food security and nutrition, as well as all the challenges that you have on supply chains. So as to make sure that your populations and your people can afford a good diet, an adequate diet, and can grow healthy, and as the youth have told us, can be not left behind anymore. So thank you very much for your statements, and count on World Food Program in the SIDS conference to be there with you and to continue working with your governments and your teams on food security and nutrition in your small island development state. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. You know, food security has been one of the strongest and most consistent messages that we have had this morning. So our collaboration and cooperation with the WFP is going to be extremely important going forward. Thank you so very much. I also think that there is a request for UN Habitat. I can't, yes, Habitat? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you to all panelists for inspiring presentations, for your guidance. On behalf of the United Nations Human Settlements Programs, I would like to share with you 3 concrete points. The first one is that we are at the moment opening a new operation for the Caribbean based in Barbados. And I really want to recognize the importance of the work made by High Commissioner of Barbados, who is the representative of Barbados and also the OECS in Nairobi, our headquarters. So during 2024, we will be deploying our program in this part, of course, to advance on the implementation of the new urban agenda and also on the technical assistance on localizing LTGs. My second comment is related to the ministerial meeting on housing and sustainable urban development. The members of the regional MINURBI, the Regional Ministerial Forum, members from the Caribbean, have agreed to support or to work together with ECLAC and UN Habitat in the process of mobilizing more resources, mobilizing more technical assistance and support for the implementation of the new urban agenda. We will be having a meeting with the ministers very, very soon under the presidency of Barbados once again, and we would like to keep you posted on that to have also your contribution and your support. My last comment. Yesterday, our vice chairs of the Regional Collaborative Platform, ECLAC Executive Secretary and the Regional Director of UNDP presented the results of our joint UN work at the regional level for 2023. But they also announced that one of our priorities for 2024 is going to be the high-level engagement with the intergovernmental bodies in the region. I want to let you know that in our top two, we have CARICOM, and this year we will have this action-oriented strategic dialogue with CARICOM so that we can go to the next level in terms of supporting you, working with you hand in hand on the challenges of implementing the SDGs at the local level in the context of climate change. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative of Habitat. In fact, the new urban agenda is one that certainly my office is very actively engaged in and supporting, and we certainly look forward to continued collaboration in this regard. I believe it was the representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Para mencionar que el presidente Lula ha participado
I would like to mention that President Lula participated this year in the conference of the parties of CARICOM. I'd like to mention a few points that were raised at this time and that are very much related to the debate that we've had this morning. Brazil is familiar with the main problems that CARICOM experiences in terms of food safety and climate change. So in Brazil, we work on this in an ongoing fashion. CARICOM made an invitation for countries to join this fight against hunger and poverty. The next meeting will be from May 22nd to 24th in Teresina. Teresina is not very well known yet, but it is starting to become known for international meetings. Next May in Teresina, we will have a meeting of the task force, and we hope to greet 50 foreign delegations that will be defining the terms of international commitment in this fight against hunger and poverty in the world. We will define the instruments that will serve as the foundation for the partnership. These will be signed in June. at a ministerial meeting in Rio. And that is when the members, the partners will be announced, as well as the financing for the launch of the partnership. It is part of the G20. Brazil has a seat in the G20 and has worked on this with great interest. In November, at the G20 meeting, we hope to make a high-level launch of this global partnership against hunger and poverty. We would very much like to count on the presence of the Caribbean delegation to be part of this work that we will all be doing together in the region.
One of the objectives is to set up a group of public policies fighting hunger and poverty. And one of the models that we'll be presenting that's still not very well known abroad was achieved in the Piauí state at the north of Brazil. Piauí is closer to the Caribbean closer than Rio. And our Minister of Social Development is from Piauí, from that region. So he's taking to national level all the experiences he's had as governor of the state. Now, the purpose is not to limit financial resources, but to exchange programs, policies, and tools that have already been used in other countries with good results. And there will be a set of social programs, not only of Brazil, but of all the countries that have good experiences to share and that have been implemented and considered efficient. And I would like to say that Brazil, as venue for COP30 next year in Belém do Pará, we are moving many meetings to the north of Brazil. And it's going to be, well, these dates, the idea is to join in the circuit of international meetings. And in COP30, Brazil would like to work with its neighbors of the Caribbean islands that are also subject to all those problems resulting from climate change. In February of this year, CARICOM countries have been invited by President of Brazil to continue, and St. Vincent and Grenadines to in addition to Guyana and Suriname, have invited to sign the declaration of the Treaty of Amazonia. And the statement is united for these forests. These three countries, two of them are Amazonian countries, Guyana, and Suriname. And this united effort for our forests is one of the many results of the Amazonia Summit we had last year in Belém do Pará in the north of Brazil. And we want that the service and all the use and value of forests for the world to be valued in many ways. And I finish by mentioning the strong interest of Brazil to strengthen its cooperation with this area that we believe it's in the north of Brazil. Brazil also, not only in South America, but in the north of Brazil, we see and have contact with our close neighbors, the Caribbean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. I think this is really so very important for us to be in with a strong emphasis on the importance of cooperation and friendship and solidarity between the Caribbean and the wider Latin America. and Brazil's leadership in this is extremely welcome. And certainly we all look forward to being in Brazil next year for the COP. Distinguished representatives, we are completely out of time. You know, I would love to stay here with you all morning, but we have to hand over to the next panel. So I'm going to close the speaking list with the last 3 requests for the floor, starting with UN Women, then UNAIDS, and the FAO. And we will have to wrap it there. Please, Maria Noel.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you very much. And very, very quick. First of all, we are very happy that the SEEDS conference will be in Antigua and Barbuda. We are looking forward for the full day of gender. So we will be there to support, well, we are working together, you know, with Tony, our NCO, multi-country office there. But 3 points that for us are very sensitive work with the Caribbean. The first one, of course, is the care systems. We are working together in several countries of the Caribbean to establish or organize the care systems together with ECLAC, as you know. And for us, it's essential because we believe that having care systems is the most efficient way to tackle what women don't have, which is time. Because the time for women is spent in unpaid care work, but we want them to be moving to the economy, and they can because of this restriction. So this is why we are putting emphasis in care, as it was decided in the conference of Buenos Aires, in the Women of Buenos Aires. The second issue that for us is essential is the fight against violence against women. And we are working together as well. There are many, many excellent examples and good practices of how the Caribbean is tackling the intimate partner violence, but in general, policies on ending violence against women. Spotlight program was in the Caribbean, was very successful, and we should continue all those lines to work not only with the civil society, but also with the judiciary sector as well, to ensure the due processes happen and happen fast. And the last is what Anna Westmith yesterday told us: we need to break the silence of statistics, of working in statistics. Gender-sensitive data is essential for both us, ECLAC, and UN Women, and we hope to continue strengthening our work in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 3 extremely important points, which we should not have ended without. Thank you.
Dan, I want to share, use this opportunity to celebrate the Caribbean in an important area of health, the elimination of HIV transmission from mother to child. In a few days, we will be commemorating alongside our partners, FAO and UNICEF in Kingston, Jamaica, the validation of the elimination of vertical transmission. 3 countries in the Caribbean have been validated: Jamaica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Belize. So big congratulations. This region has been a leader, starting with Cuba in 2015, being the first country in the world validated for the elimination of vertical transmission. And 10 of the 20 countries that have been validated are from this region. So I count on our collective leadership to continue in this fight to end AIDS by 2030. And I think this region also offers a big example to our Latin American partners of what can be done in our collective life. Thank you.
This is excellent news. Thank you so very much. And let's keep it up. Finally, FAO.
Thank you, dear Madam Chair, dear distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to build upon what our sister agencies said, as well as some of the delegates. In advancing the priority of Caribbean SEEDS towards achieving the 2030 agenda, it is crucial to address the multifaceted challenges they face, and particularly in the realm of food security and nutrition. And while many Caribbean SEEDS have made significant strides in reducing undernourishment levels to less than 5%, poverty and unemployment persist as main constraints to assessing healthy and nutritious food. Elevated national food prices, weak currencies, and low economic growth prospects continue to constrain access to food for many not food importing developing countries and vulnerable communities. And as an average, Latin America and the Caribbean recorded the highest cost of a healthy diet compared to other world's regions in 2021. Caribbean seas are vulnerable to extreme weather events, as we have heard today, which adversely impact not only economic sectors such as agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, industry, and commerce, but also social sectors such as housing, stock and settlements, health, education, infrastructure, and of course, food security and nutrition. And they often affect the most vulnerable groups to a greater extent. Effective governance emerges as one of the key factors in enhancing these challenges, again, as we have heard today. Those should be characterized by transparency, predictability, and results-oriented approaches, and national policies and action plans serve as vital foundations for advancing Caribbean seas towards food and national nutrition security. It is important in strengthening capacity, quality, access to and use of reliable data, evidence, and analysis to inform, monitor, assess, and revise the impact of decisions and interventions. Market transparency and access to up-to-date and credible data and information are essential for reducing uncertainty and volatility and for guiding informed policy decisions, particularly during periods of crisis. Appropriate data and indicators need to be produced and used to accurately assess, and guide agri-food systems transformation within rapidly evolving global, national, and local contexts. Data should be tailored to national needs and disaggregated by sex, age, territorial location, and other dimensions where necessary, so as to leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Efeyo. This will be the last word for this morning. I cannot thank you all enough for staying, for listening, for participating so enthusiastically. I wish to extend a very special word of thanks to every distinguished member of my panel who have enriched our dialogue this morning. Impossible for me to wrap this up because we are already 20 minutes out of time, only to thank you all for being here and to hope that we will see strong representation defending the interests of small island developing states. In Antigua and Barbuda, at the end, it's the last week of May. We're looking forward to very strong representation and participation from Latin America and the Caribbean at this meeting. Very important for the states of the Caribbean. I thank you all for your attention this morning. I would like to ask all the representatives of the Caribbean, and I would like to include in that Republica Dominicana and Cuba, and who else is here, to join us for a photograph. We want to capture this moment. And our meeting, our panel is adjourned. I return the floor to Madam Chair. And thank you very much for your indulgence. Okay.
Agradecemos muchísimo a los y las representantes.
We significantly thank all the participants of this panel and also to the chairperson, Diane Quarles, director of the regional section in ECLAC. We will change the discussion topics in accordance with the previously adopted agenda. Additionally, to the friends that participated in the previous segment, you are invited to a family photo, as Diane said. And in this moment, I invite Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for for the Americas and the Caribbean of UN Women, who will be in charge of chairing panel 1 on SDG 1, End of Poverty. So at this point, we'll have a brief break so as to change chairs, and then we will continue.
Sí, sí, aló. Sí, sí, aló.
Señoras y señores, les invitamos, por favor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need to sit down so that we can resume. Thank you very much. We have already sat down and we have Maria Noel Baeza, who is a Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of the United Nations Entity for Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, UN Women. Mrs. Maria Noel Baeza will act as a moderator of this panel related to Goal 1, No Poverty. So she has the floor. Thank you, Vice President. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all comfortable in your seats so that we can begin this session, the session on SDG 1, which I believe is the most important one that we have to analyze today. The end to poverty is what we all seek, overcoming that poverty that regrettably increased after the pandemic, and how we are going to be able to end that in accordance with the social outlook of Latin America in 2022. 22% of the population in our region finds itself in poverty and 11.2% in extreme poverty. And therefore, we have more than 180 million people that didn't have enough revenues to pay for their basic needs. And among them, 70 million of them had no revenues in order to buy the basic food basket, and half of them are women. Poverty figures are similar to the ones that we had at the beginning of the decade, and that enables us evidence that we have lost practically a decade as a result of the pandemic. The situation is even worse in the case of extreme poverty, because the most recent figures imply that more than 20 more million people are poor compared to 12 years ago. Extreme poverty in Latin America and the Caribbean is greater among the most vulnerable. Boys, girls, teenagers, young people, women, of course, that live in rural areas, Afro-descendants, indigenous populations, and also women in working age that have a lower rate of participation. Now, we will analyze how we will hold this very important panel. First of all, I'd like to offer the floor to Iraís Graciela Barreto Canales from Mexico. I don't know if she's present. Yes, she is here. She's Executive Secretary of the National Council for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and head of the Global Economic Intelligence Unit of the Ministry of the Economics of Mexico. She has a master's in international cooperation and has taken part in many research projects and has a long experience in the government of Mexico. So, Iraís, you have the floor, and you're very welcome. You have 7 minutes for your presentation. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to the moderator and for enabling this space to discuss an urgent aspect, and that heads the 2030 agenda for us in Mexico. The slogan of this administration has been for the good of everyone, but first of all, for the sake of the poor. We must begin by saying that poverty is multidimensional, and that certainly required actions that could tackle this from different fronts. And something that is very clear to us at the end of this administration is that we could not do this or achieve this on our own. We had to strengthen our alliances with various sectors of society in order to achieve results aimed at reducing poverty. We would like to share some data with you because it is always important, and because this is what we will be referring to during our fourth national voluntary review. Now, here, what we do is to analyze the period between 2008 and 2022. These are the figures that we have been working on and that are published by two very important institutions in our country, published by INEGI, which is the National Statistical Office, and the National Council for Evaluation, that both coincide with these results. By 2022, we experienced a drop in the percentage of poverty, and you can see that this administration began in 2018 with 41.9%, and evidently during the pandemic, the population living in poverty increased as a result of the consequences that we're all aware of. But as a result of the work that was undertaken, the data shows that the percentage of the population living in poverty is 36.3% in numbers. This implies that 5.1 million Mexicans have been able to overcome poverty. However, it is important to share with all of you that in Mexico we had a historical debt with the southern part of our country. The south was left behind for many decades, and that is where we found the most urgent poverty conditions. And despite the fact that there is a reduction of poverty at a national level, in this second graph, what we want to share with you is that how poverty reduction has taken place in accordance with one of the federal entities of in terms of the federal entities in our country. The first state is Chiapas, which is a border state in the southern part of our country, and where we find one of the largest indigenous population. That is where the biggest reduction of poverty has occurred in our country, and I insist we had to work with a historical debt. But in addition to figures, what is also very important for us is for us to have these spaces to share with you how we were working in the past, because Brazil said, well, let's put on the table experiences that have been implemented and concrete results. And as mentioned by our moderator, women and women in rural areas are always the ones that are most severely impacted compared to the rest of the population. And therefore, we worked on a program that it has several components. And the most important one is that the people who produce food have enough food to eat. We cannot afford that more people that plant and harvest have to have food, and we have to struggle against rural poverty. And how do we do that? Well, by ensuring that people from rural areas come back to rural areas, so that they stay, that they work, and that they're able to make a living in rural areas, ensuring food self-sufficiency. But this also involved an important component, which was reforestation. This is the program on productive reforestation, which is the most important in the world, and that it involves more than 1 million hectares that have been planted, and that has achieved very good results. So this has been one of the programs that has enabled us to exhibit the numbers that we showed at the beginning of this discussion. And another one aimed at youth in Mexico. We are a young country. Our average age is 29, and yet young people are demanding and are making their voices heard. And therefore, we needed a program for young people that had also been stigmatized because they neither studied nor worked. And so if a young person doesn't study or work, well, we must provide alternatives for those youngsters. And therefore, we produce this program, which seeks labor inclusion. It is a project from government and also involving enterprises, large ones and even the small ones, in order to include young people within their labor force. And this has enabled us to incorporate more than 2 million young people. And we have achieved very important results. So they either can stay and work in those companies, or they go back to school, or in third place, they build micro and small enterprises. And therefore, we find an interesting alliance there between the government, the private sector that embraces youth in our country. And it is important for us to mention that all these things cannot are accompanied by economic factors that also have to be improved. Something that had fallen behind significantly in Mexico is the increase of the minimum wage. As you can see on this slide, we did this we have studied this since 1995, and you can see a stagnation for decades in the minimum wage. We are now ending the administration, and the figure that we can share today is that we have achieved a real growth of 110% in terms of the minimum wage. But the minimum wage also emerges as a result of agreements with the private sector, with the chamber. And we can also say that this is a collective effort on the part of government and the rest of society. The achievement of these results, I insist, is something that goes hand in hand with management of inflation and an increase of tax collection, a decrease in indebtment, and increase reserves, and that has enabled us to reduce inequality. And here we share the results of the Gini coefficient that focuses precisely on measuring inequality. And here we see the trajectory between 2016 and up to 2022, and there is an important reduction. And therefore, we had a reduction of extreme rural poverty and also a reduction of inequality, accompanied with macroeconomic elements that enable us to make these reductions sustainable over time. Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing to us this excellent good practice, which reveals that how, when we face extreme poverty and is directly tackled with specific or through specific programs, we can overcome that poverty, and especially the work with young persons, how we're able to lower the Gini index and also poverty, and we're also able to increase the minimum wage, which is one of the major tools to reduce poverty. Now we're accompanied by Jorge Aldana, who is the mayor of Tegucigalpa in Honduras. He is a journalist and the politician in Honduras, mayor of Tegucigalpa and Tumaguaya, where the airport is, and has worked on this for many years. He was also director of news at the TV station, and left his position so that he could devote himself 100% to politics. Jorge, welcome. You have 7 minutes. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, dear friends from different sister nations. This is an issue of permanent debate, the issue of poverty. And if we ask ourselves what poverty is and how we define it, well, as from there we can have a clear idea of the objectives that as governments, and especially as local governments, were able to undertake. We look at the statistics presented by our friend Elias, but poverty statistics goes beyond the statistics. So poverty has a face. It's Pedro, Juan, Maria. It's our communities. It is a person that whenever there is a flood and that person is impacted by the vulnerability of the land, or the person that faces economic problems and that prevent that person from taking their children to school. Poverty has a face and a name, and that is where we must focus the governments of effort so that we can have effective and concrete actions that provide an opportunity. Poverty is not only the lack of money in the family's pockets. Poverty has to do with the absence of governments, or the lack of the presence of governments in clear, direct policies that entail well-being for the population. And often, and it's not because governments don't have resources, that is often due to lack of vision or lack of political will. Our countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are countries that have tremendous wealth. We are rich countries in many aspects, and yet we are always regretting the situation of poverty of our people. What has impoverished us? Who has impoverished us? We have been ransacked. Governments and the states have been hit hard, and sometimes states become immobile, useless, faced with the problems of their citizens. There is an objective, which is the SDG 1, which is no poverty. And that is a tremendous challenge. The 2030 agenda makes progress, and we'll see whether we can make a speedier process, because 2030 will be with us here. And what achievements are we going to be able to exhibit humanity at that time? The objective, the Sustainable Development Objective, SDG 1, end of poverty, has to involve the daily activities of our daily and national governments in order to deal with this. And the only way to turn this into a daily activity is that we are able to be knowledgeable of that and to be able to feel firsthand the poverty that people suffer from through public policies that enable us to shine light upon this problem and provide these people with an opportunity. I was speaking with our friends from UN Habitat, whom we thank for their support, and they said to me, what is the city that you dream about? And I have a dream with my city. I dream of a city that we have called the Good Heart City, and the city with a good heart is a city that provides opportunities to its citizens, that is open for people to have health, education, alternatives, and not only streets and bridges, but well-being for our people, for our population, for those that need a hand through specific policies by government in the construction of that Good Heart City. And I would like to exemplify this using 3 points so that I don't take too much time. How we, as from the municipality, are undertaking certain actions that enable us to attack poverty, its origins, and likewise to generate alternative solutions for the community. Our city is a city that is highly vulnerable. Practically 65 or 70% of the territory of Tegucigalpa and Comayagua is vulnerable. Human natural disasters, landslides, floods, and so on. 60% of the population live in vulnerable areas, and I have been able to live with people that whenever it rains, and we're not talking about a hurricane, but whenever it rains in the city, their lives are completely exposed to dangers and risks because they not only lack economic conditions, but they lack state intervention and adaptation to climate change. And now we have a project underway for the comprehensive improvement of neighborhoods with the support of UN Habitat and with the support of German cooperation and also Japanese cooperation to conduct direct interventions in neighborhoods. We have 80 critical points in the city that we have to cater for. And with these resources, more than 27 million euros, with a local counterpart, we're able to deal with half of that. And those interventions mean that the neighbors in Locuco neighborhood, which is an area that is permanently flooded when it rains, this next year, through our works, they will not be able to suffer that problem.
It's about offering dignity to the lives of people. Perhaps not cash for their pockets, but we are giving them dignity. For example, the Japón colony in the higher part of the city. We've worked on the improvement of the neighborhood that allows them to include local labor and women as well. Over 50% of the people that work there are women, single moms. And they're generating awareness in this neighborhood. I'm going to try to speed up a little here. Of course, we have the project on peace of President Xiomara, is a strongly investment focused. We have women with bonuses and a lot of solidarity support. And we produce in our villages. The idea is to have better resources for them. Another thing that's extremely important for me is where you can measure poverty in the lack of public services. And in the capital city, 50% of the population lacks water. That's a terrible reality. 30 years ago, no serious investments were made to guarantee water for the poor. It's a matter of inequality. The rich pay less than the poor. How do we give these opportunities access to water at a fair price? Water is a human right. We have to work for that. We're working on building dams. Dams were part of privatization earlier. Now the water belongs to the people, and our works are in benefit of the vulnerable sectors of the capital. Water was once the main element of investment to take care of vulnerable sectors in the city, offering them and guaranteeing this vital element. So 3 dams are contemplated, an improvement of the distribution network, little projects in villages, neighborhoods, communities. And I don't want to take time from Maria Noel. Just one phrase that we've implemented as a politician, as a journalist, as a citizen. To the people with love, and to the poorest, the best. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for putting a face to poverty. And our poverty looks like women. 3 out of 10 women were in poverty situation, and 1 out of 10 in extreme poverty. And that increases the risk and vulnerability of women and girls to be subject to violence. So if we attack violence, poverty, we also eliminate or eradicate violence. Thank you for putting all your heart into this intelligence, emotional intelligence in your policies in order to eradicate poverty. We wish you great success. Our next speaker, Andrea Repeto, is the president of the Superación de la Pobreza Association in Chile. She's an economist of the Catholic University. She's a doctor in economics at MIT. She's a director of Banco Estado, also a professor at the School of Government at the Universidad Ibáñez. And she's an economist and also part of the Latin American Association of Economists. I'd like to offer you, you have 7 minutes. Thank you, Maria Noel. Thank you to ECLAC and to the UN for the invitation to participate in this panel on such a very, very important topic for our society, so that we can think about real development, inclusive development, so that everyone can have the opportunity to move forward. As we've said earlier, there's millions of people that live in poverty in the world, especially in the developed countries. There's people who don't have enough resources to work with this these basic products. For example, I'm going to be realistic. The minimum that we calculate for poverty or in extreme poverty, the number of people would be millions of people. We have a document that says that poverty is not only about having the necessary products to cover the basic basket, but products, but also having their needs met. For example, their unsatisfied food needs, unsatisfied sanitation, unsatisfied water access, health, and quality education that would actually include people in an effective manner. So we know that it has significant consequences, persistent consequences. It's important to also think about the care economy, about those who care for their family members. It affects the family stability. They can have suffer chronic diseases, and that reduces the life expectancy of those who have undergone poverty. We have learned that poverty is not inherent to people. It's not something that they are not motivated with or that they're not interested in. That has to do with the conditions and the context. So the call to the states is to repair this context. I would like to focus my comments on what our states do and don't do to support families and people to overcome these circumstances. One thing is when we talk about multidimensional poverty and other dimensions that are not exclusively monetary, thinking about a state that has to be able to take care of these multiple needs that are also concentrated on the same people. We don't have the ability as a state to act in a coordinated fashion. For example, having water, potable water, sanitation is not that different from someone who is thinking about education or safety in the neighborhood and other aspects of the state people in these regards. It is a call of poverty, multidimensional poverty, and we're doing this in Latin America. We're measuring, and it is a coordinated call for the same families, the same people in the same locations that want to generate better conditions for their lives. Again, it's not only about resources, although they are scarce, we know that, but to also work in a joint fashion. The second thing I would like to stop at is monetary transfers. We have moved towards social policies based on rights. They're things that we can choose, well, that they can actually choose depending on where they live. And some governments know that there are rights. In Chile, we have a very useful mechanism called the Social Registry of Homes. It includes information on all the administrative units of the state, and they know who have these rights. But still, we ask the families to apply because we need to reach them directly. Not all countries have this tool that we have here in Chile, and there is a recent change in what Chile calls the single family subsidy, and the families need to apply for this benefit, and the government has started to offer this benefit to those who have the right without applying. And we are now reaching 900 boys and girls that have the right to these benefits, and the families have not applied. So you need to ask, where are these obstacles? Sometimes it's lack of information, or sometimes the lives of families who are poor are complicated. They're worried about where they're going to live or, excuse me, sleep tonight, about finding water. So it's an additional burden to lives that are already complicated. So the mayor said we need to understand this experience, the faces of poverty. Sometimes they have lives that are very difficult from ours. So we need to think about how to help them and reduce obstacles for them. Sometimes it's a lack of trust in the state. People don't go to the state to ask for things because they feel they're not going to get anything, that they don't have the right. Oh, I never get anything. I never have any benefits, or I never have any options. It's not for me. So we need to build that trust for citizens. So these are processes that are complicated. We need to think about this set of people. I'm going to get the yellow card soon. In the region, we also use conditioning. We require that they behave in a certain manner. We ask that they send kids to school and that they go to health controls. We pay benefits against grades, school grades. If not, they don't have access. And we forget that people who live in extreme poverty, because of their context, it's a lot more difficult to meet these requirements. So when we exclude them, we leave them out. When we require formal employment and the housing program leaves social housing far from employment opportunities, and when there's women who have to take care of others, it doesn't matter how good the benefit is, they won't have access and we're going to end up excluding them again. And finally, just to conclude, we don't really understand the experience of poverty because we don't live in this rural context, so we don't get it. So we need to find mechanisms for participation so that people who experience poverty can participate in the decision making. Thank you. Thank you. It's very true. When the transfer programs began, they were conditioned. And what you're saying is that this knowledge that the state already has, where the poor are and where the vulnerable areas are found, that's where you need to take the benefits. I like that very much. How can we repair this lag, this getting the services to where they need to be? That is extremely important to make the state work in order to eradicate poverty. Poverty is multidimensional. I wanted to mention that the lack of time poverty that women have, 30% of the households are led by women. And these women have a huge time poverty because they need to take care of their children, their elders, and that lack of proportionality of unpaid work and care work is what we need to take to the state. So that is why ECLAC and the Regional Conference on Women are working on comprehensive public and private care systems. I'd now like to offer the floor. Thank you, Doctor. Now to Albert Ellis, higher official of the Caribbean Development Bank. We're going to hear from him by video conference. He's online.
Good morning, Excellency.
Mr. Ellis, go ahead. Thank you.
And participants. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Caribbean Development Bank, or CDB, graciously accepts and thanks UNECLAC and the UN for the invitation to participate in this important meeting, which on this occasion is the 7th Forum of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on sustainable development. We certainly welcome the opportunity to participate as a panelist along with colleagues to discuss Sustainable Development Goal SDG 1, No Poverty. CDB aligns itself completely with the statement, overcoming poverty is a prerequisite for greater development, as set out in the first of the 17 goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Indeed, CDB's updated mission of reducing poverty and transforming lives through sustainable, resilient, and inclusive development is well articulated in its Strategic Plan 2020 to 2024. The Caribbean region, for the most part, is facing intense pressures in realizing its legitimate development aspirations. The goals of poverty reduction and ultimate eradication, economic enfranchisement to end the scourge of intergenerational hardships in an environment that is more stable and secure, seem particularly challenging. Recent data suggests that approximately 1 in 5 persons in the Caribbean still live in poverty. The impact of climate change, given the bank's born member countries' acute vulnerabilities, has been severe and in many instances expose and exacerbate the huge infrastructure gap in the region. Notwithstanding this current state, a future characterized by the collective aspirations of the Caribbean people for a cohesive, equitable, and climate-resilient economic paradigm is both realistic and achievable. The expressed desire to advance a development agenda that seeks to improve livelihoods equitably for males and females and addresses the needs of vulnerable groups, including female household heads, represented in society's lower quintiles, youth, persons with disabilities, and the elderly, is consistent with the thrust of leaving no one behind while striving to achieve developed country status in the coming decade. We know that achieving these objectives will not be easy. Realization of these legitimate ambitions will require deepened policy effort, buttressed by intense development support that is well coordinated and strategically targeted. CDB's board member countries stand on the cusp of the second quinquennium of the 15-year period of the SDGs. This juncture provides opportunities for the region to look critically at where it is in the process and establish and strengthen programs and initiatives to ensure countries come close, achieve, and where possible, surpass development targets anticipated in the SDGs. Further, the large financial resource requirements that are needed to expand production frontiers and drive growth dictate ongoing assessment of need and a recalibration of effort on the part of both development partners and constituent countries. Chair, CDB will continue to play its role in supporting countries to navigate many of the development obstacles, and we are up to the task. Indeed, the bank's role as a trusted partner in providing development resources and technical advice is perhaps more critical now than any other time in its history. However, as member countries reflect on different approaches in achieving long-term growth and development objectives, so too must the Caribbean Development Bank. In this regard, CDB's strategic approach charts the course for the bank to think differently about how it sees itself engaging with countries for more effective and sustainable development outcomes linked to achieving the SDGs, and in particular, the capstone goal of no poverty. It lays out what must be set aside as old approaches and to vigorously pursue new approaches to preserve its role and relevance in the Caribbean architecture of development assistance. This approach, therefore, is anchored on what constitutes the transformational agenda for the bank and is informed by a number of guiding principles. I will speak just to two of those principles, Chair. In tackling Goal 1, CDB will continue to pursue a more holistic, integrated approach to development solutions in its board member countries in a way that truly
Vamos a
reflects
ver un enfoque.
the bidirectional linkages inherent in the SDGs. Accordingly, the bank's strategic approach emphasizes these relationships and identifies the imperative of building social resilience in addressing Goal 1, necessary for leaving no one behind. Chair, I close by indicating that the second guiding principle speaks to delivering integrated, comprehensive development solutions in collaboration with development partners, and this is absolutely fundamental. Given the acute shortage of development finance resources, smart partnerships that leverage both public and private sector stakeholders, along with the participatory engagement of third sector entities, including non-governmental and community-based organizations, are indispensable if member countries are to close development gaps and come close to achieving Goal 1 and indeed reaching the SDG targets by 2030. Such are absolutely imperative to enhance life chances and build human and social capital of the significant cohorts of the marginalized populations across our respective societies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis, to maintaining the time first. And thank you to bring in to us the principles where the bank is developing the new programmatic approach of integrated solution with partners. And that's SDGs number 17, the need for partnership, for partners to deliver the SDGs, and also the holistic approach of how to link the development issues and the human development issues with the SDGs. Thank you very much for bringing this perspective. Ahora vamos a seguir con...
We will now continue with Mr. Wellington Diaz, Minister of Development, Social Assistance, Family of Brazil. He's going to be in video. He studied in the Federal University of Piauí, Public Policies in Rio University, and began in public life as a council member of Teresina and then was deputy and president of the PPT regional board. And he resigned in order to assume the role of a minister. Minister, please. His Excellency Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. And I greet all the other authorities, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I participate in the 7th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean about sustainable development. I'm sorry not to be physically present there. I would like to thank ECLAT for the invitation and the honor of speaking on this table, on this session on SDG 1, End of Poverty. In recent years, Brazil has experienced a political retrocession, backwardness that has compromised social policies and programs. Lula has assumed the role to reduce poverty. Although we have reached in 2014, it's not by chance that we have had a union and reconstruction. I tell this story about Brazil to point out the importance of the implementation of public policies against hunger and poverty. When we had a good range of programs with the participation and social control, we were able to overcome hunger and reduce poverty to less than half in 2003. When these programs were stopped, hunger came back. That is why when we took office in the ministry, we tried to strengthen the promotion and social protection policies in a very articulated manner. Thinking in two fronts, in these two lines, we are working in order to take Brazil out of hunger. The plan that's called Brazil Without Hunger includes 24 Brazilian ministries and organized civil society, all of them focused in the elimination of hunger, the reduction of inequalities, and guaranteeing appropriate and sustainable nutrition. We are implementing also for next year a program of socioeconomic inclusion addressing professional skills, employment, access to loans for entrepreneurships of low income. We want this to be a major stimulus to break the cycle of poverty and strengthen the leaving the Bolsa Familia, unprecedented in Brazil in order to strengthen the area of care as well. This point, the society of care is crucial today, especially for women that really leave their careers behind in order to take care of their family, children, senior, elderly, and people with disability. Another important factor, which is perpetuation of poverty and inequality in our countries. Now, thinking about the region based on the document Latin America and the Caribbean in front of the challenge of accelerating the implementation of 2030 agenda, that we are aligned with the approach of 6 just transitions to accelerate the compliance and the achievement of SDGs. I won't have time to go to each one of them, but they are fundamental to drive productive development, inclusive and sustainable development of countries of our region. But beyond Brazil and beyond the region, what do we need to put an end to hunger and poverty worldwide? We have already our universal goals, SDGs number 1 and 2. Also, we have the knowledge, the expertise, the social technology, because for more than 7 decades of programs reducing poverty and hunger in many countries, all of that has taught us what works more efficiently. So, why are we lagging so much behind? The answer is social inequality that is reflected also in inequality at the international level. Many countries have the willingness but lack the resources or technical capacity to implement. Others are willing to share their successful experiences but don't have the means to do it. Thinking about this, President Lula announced the creation of a special task force in G20 whose mission is to forge a new global alliance against hunger and poverty, a truly open alliance to all countries, to all organizations that would like to join. The mission is clear: expand the adoption of good national programs at large scale in order to end hunger and poverty in the world. We don't want to create a new international forum to discuss, debate what is needed to be done because we already have too many for multilateral legitimate fora for that. Instead of a forum, the Global Alliance will be a practical mechanism to collect financial resources and expertise and know-how where they exist abundantly and channel them to where they are needed most, supporting the implementation of great programs. We want to position Global Alliance as a mechanism that will provide the political impulse that's necessary to mobilize the existing funds and organize them better around two principles. Number one, the focus is in the poorest and most vulnerable. Number two, implementation consistent with national policies. That is why my intervention is to invite you all that in November, during the summit of the G20, this alliance may emerge with associations, turning it into a true global alliance. Our proposal is simple, centered in implementing social policies focused in the most poor and vulnerable populations. Countries that have knowledge and have expertise, valuable ones, can share, and we will work together in this undertaking, Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. It is a task of all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for your intervention and for the invitation that we all be part of Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. It is a marvelous alliance. Will allow us to have more financial, technical capacities to share the best practices, as we have seen in this table of today. And I would like to remind you that the legal status of women that was held this year was really focusing in how it's key to mobilize crucial resources for these practices and programs that should become state programs in all countries that are facing poverty. Now I would give the floor to Luis Felipe Lopez Cadua, Global Director of the Poverty and Equity Global Practice in the World Bank. Luis Felipe, go ahead. Are you connected? It's a video. Okay, please.
It's really a pleasure for me to be joining you virtually today. I want to thank Executive Secretary Jose Manuel Salazar and all the executive team for inviting me to be part of this very important regional forum. I've been there, of course, in past events like this, and this time I couldn't be there personally because we are right now during the spring meetings in Washington, D.C., the spring meetings of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. So I couldn't be traveling to Chile, but still I really wanted to be part of this conversation. So thank you again. Let me share a presentation I have prepared for this conversation. I had the opportunity to be with you about a bit more than a year ago in one of your sessions, and I want to bring some of the aspects that we already discussed in that opportunity, but with an update, and particularly now focus on Latin America. And this is about what we care about, the inclusiveness of growth, which is what the team that I lead here in the World Bank looks at. It's how inclusive growth is, what is the quality of the growth that we see. And this is what we call growth incidence. And we need to land at the end in some of the elements that we believe are important in terms of what we have called the new social contract, or a renewed social contract for the region, and that's why we call it the governance of growth incidence. First, some data that you know well, so I will go quickly through this, but you know that Latin America has faced historically a very mediocre performance in terms of economic growth. You can see here how Latin America has really lagged behind other regions in terms of long-term growth. And if we actually have a forecast, as the Latin America Office of the Region did last year, looking at reasonable scenarios on the way forward, we see that Latin America and the Caribbean would actually be lagging even further behind if, under a business as usual scenario. So there is a problem in terms of past growth. There is a problem in terms of the prospects of growth. But let's take a look also at the incidence. And I showed a graph like this last time I was there with you in Chile, where we saw that at the beginning of the 21st century, growth was quite progressive, so that the poor were benefiting from this process of growth. And we can discuss the reasons behind this pattern. But then it turned less progressive. And eventually, before the pandemic, it was already a rather regressive and not only lower rate of economic growth, which is given by the level, but also relatively regressive. The update of this line tells us relatively good news, in the sense that now growth is slightly higher, but also more progressive. And that is also reflected in a pattern of poverty reduction that after the pandemic, where we saw an increase of poverty reduction, now we had gone back, even though we are still at levels that are slightly above the pre-pandemic. So we would like to really strengthen the capacity of the economies to go down. And for this, as we have insisted here in the bank, and this is also a graph that I showed you in the last time I was there, is to really make sure that we don't look only at the redistribution exposed, but we actually look at the process of economic growth and distribution as a joint process. And this is basically understood by looking at these 5 types of capital that households have, which is human capital, financial capital, social capital, natural capital, and physical capital, and how we can make sure that households accumulate, use that capital more intensively, and the returns that they get paid for that capital are actually according to their productivity. And of course, we look after that at how taxes and transfers can reshape that pattern of income growth. So we really look at all these aspects, and basically the key point here is that the only sustained way of poverty reduction is by lifting the constraints on the productive capacity of the poor. But now we face this also with a fundamental challenge that cannot be thought separately from this process, but it has to be systemically consistent with what we think about growth. And this is the issue, of course, of climate change, both related to mitigation and adaptation. But we look at this graph that was used in the discussion during the European Commission, we can see that actually the regions that are relatively poorer have less resources to get out of that technological trap and move into cleaner type of growth, but also are the ones that contribute the less to global warming. Let me take that 2 more minutes only to tell you that 3 characteristics that the region has faced, and ECLAC has contributed to the analysis of this. The region is a region of very high inequality. It's a region of very high volatility at the macro level. We see here the number of years with negative growth, and we see that we have some countries that lead in that number globally, but also the region in general is more volatile. That is reflected in vulnerability at the household level. So the largest part of the population in our region is not poor, but it is still really vulnerable to fall back into poverty, so that it's not really a consolidated middle class. And that leads to certain types of conflict. So as Albert Hirschman was telling us a long time ago, the process of development leads to conflict, but conflict has to be processed in a constructive way. Otherwise, it leads to exit. Some of the issues that we see in the region, violence, migration, informality, the opting out of public services, and the crisis of representation are actually related to this idea of exit. We need a new social contract. That's why we have insisted. This is the World Development Report 2017, also discussed in the context of ECLAC in previous meetings. If the process of development concentrates income that redistributes de facto power in interest groups that influence the policy arena and change also the rules of the game, establishing also de jure power. So we need to look at these power asymmetries in the policy arena and try to come up with ideas to create new rules and new policies, bringing new coalitions of actors. And for that, we as international community can influence domestic agreements using basically the instruments we have. Some of them are related to the fact that we are part of that policy arena in the conversation. Some of them are related to providing alternative spaces of contestation, that like human rights councils, like issues related to arbitration in investment disputes and so on. We can also do it by providing resources, financial resources that can improve the capacity of the local actors to reach new agreements. And finally, normative frameworks that can also empower different actors. And if we, for example, provide knowledge in a competitively neutral way, we can actually increase the quality of the local debates to move in the direction of new policies. So let me close by saying that under a business as usual scenario, SDG 1 is out of reach. We need to do things different. And for this, we need new agreements that can lead to a process of growth that is consistent with climate objectives, but also more inclusive. Thank you very much again. And I really hope that I can be soon there in Chile discussing with you these important issues.
Muchísimas gracias, Luis Felipe.
Thank you, Luis Felipe. And it's very positive to think that we can indeed overcome, that we can indeed leave these meetings that often don't enable us to look beyond the present policies and to think about the future. As the Executive Secretary of ECLAC said, we must have more prospective analysis in order to improve productivity. I would like to apologize to Ivo Pantoja, whom I skipped over, but now we will provide him with his 7 minutes. He is coordinator for institutional relations of Instituto Cidades Sustentáveis of Brazil and representative of the Mechanism for Civil Society Participation in the Sustainable Development Agenda. And in the forum that we are holding today, he holds a PhD in sociology from the University State of Rio and holds a master's and is also the coordinator of institutional relations of the Institute of Sustainable Cities. He has been a professor and is a counselor of the Open Government Forum of the City of Sao Paulo. Good morning. I would like to thank everyone uh, in the name of Maria Noel Baeza, General Director of UN Women, and greet the representatives of states, financial institutions, and of course civil society. I would also like to congratulate ECLAC for the organization of this forum and for guaranteeing this important dialogue between states, civil society, and other stakeholders. I participate here, as mentioned, representing the mechanism of civil society for the 2030 agenda. I am the focal point of the collective networks, organizations, and platforms of NGOs. This brings together around 300 organizations from Latin America and the Caribbean in its diverse working groups, both thematic and territorial in nature. Before I move on to the results of the progress and challenges involved in the seventh report of progress in the 2030 agenda, I would like to acknowledge its importance and also contribute with a perspective of the valuation of policies of the public debate at a moment when fundamentalisms and extremisms that run counter to rights grow in both the world and in our region. The issue of poverty is inseparable from the dimension of public policies that are in permanent dialogue with civil society. And despite the importance of economic activity promoted by the private sector for development, it is public policies that have promoted the redistribution of income and guarantees of access to basic services. The example of Brazil, where I come from, shows us that policies and redistributive networks, especially during the first decades of the year 2000, were important in making progress in the struggle against poverty, and policies associated to children, women, and Afro-descendants, to mention but a few examples, implied a positive impact in our statistics. Now, talking about the report itself, we evidence the issue of poverty or of poverties, considering the need to bring to the fore and acknowledge the realities of groups living in vulnerability, such as women, children, the elderly, trans people, Afro-descendants, and other diversities, acknowledging the force of interlinked inequalities. The numbers are impressive when we see that among that in people up to 17 years of age, we have 42.5% of people living in poverty, considering the average, a general population average of 29%. And therefore, we need to acknowledge the reality of young and of girls. We need to make further progress among certain groups of the population. And for that purpose, we need to make progress in the analysis of data in a disaggregated manner so that we can find we can achieve the reduction of inequalities in income distribution. For example, the multidimensionality of poverty is also a challenge for our region. First of all, considering that only 11 countries have methodologies that enable us to know the reality of difficulty of access to health, work, social security, housing, and access to basic services. And now that has a direct impact upon the populations that I have just mentioned, especially when we take into consideration the dimensions of care, where it is women in their diversities that lead with multiple working days related to the world of work at a domestic and family level, often without the acknowledgement, without recognition of their work, and that hinders their access to social protection policies, to dignified, decent work. And as mentioned at the beginning of the forum, without cocoa, there is no chocolate, and without no social public expenditure is no inclusive social development. In the rural areas, the support for small farmers and guarantee of access to land and the support for production and for food systems become strategic in order to face up to poverty. I would also like to highlight some points as concrete proposals for action. First of all, bringing to the fore the different realities to generate specific data on work, education, and health of those groups, to bring the realities of single-parent families and women who bring up their children without access to work, without a food quota or justice, and also the realities of Afro-descendants and indigenous populations promoting their economic emancipation and autonomy, the reality of sexual diversity, especially of trans people, dealing with lack of access to employment, health, and education. Those proposals seek to deal with the complexity of poverty as from an intersectional perspective and sensitive to the specific needs of various vulnerable groups. Secondly, to struggle against discrimination, to promote policies that guarantee equitable access to goods and services for women, trans people, Afro-descendants, and other diversities, to deal with the poverty of girls and the elderly, such as sexual exploitation through specific programs and protection measures, to promote uh, a care approach, to promote programs that acknowledge and value work, care work, especially that which is unpaid, undertaken by women. We need quality work to support and accessible programs to help women and reduce the burden upon families. Accountability and citizen participation. Well, we call upon governments to generate spaces to be accountable in the implementation of programs to fight against poverty, to establish social accountability and transparency and the effectiveness of actions to promote further participation of civil society in the production of national and voluntary, national and subnational reviews to highlight the needs of territories and communities. And as calls to action, first of all, for ECLAC to closely continue to cooperate with member countries in order to obtain disaggregated data and develop specific policies that deal with the needs of vulnerable groups, to provide technical assistance for the implementation of programs that struggle against poverty with a gender approach and diversity, and for governments to implement comprehensive cross-cutting policies dealing with the different dimensions of poverty, guaranteeing equitable access to resources and opportunities for all citizens, regardless of their ethnic origin, to establish effective accountability mechanisms and citizen participation mechanisms in order to guarantee the efficacy and transparency of actions against poverty, and for civil society to mobilize itself and actively participate in the production, implementation, and monitoring of policies and programs to struggle against poverty, to demand from governments and ECLAC a priority attention to the needs of vulnerable groups and the adoption of concrete measures for their protection. And finally, the eradication of poverty requires a comprehensive approach, intersectional and coordinated, that deals with the multiple dimensions of this issue and guarantees the inclusion of all social groups, especially of the most vulnerable ones. What is fundamental is the commitment and collaboration between ECLAC, governments, and civil society in order to make a significant progress towards the achievement of SDG 1. Thank you. Excellent intervention. I feel fully identified with that. I sometimes feel that that was produced by UN Women. Thank you for mentioning the gender perspective in all aspects and the intersectionality, which is that very important concept in view of data, because the truth of the matter is that we don't have data and we have to work far more with that data. We have a process underway in the region related to gender statistics, which is called Aguascalientes, and we want that process to take on board intersectionality so that we can understand indigenous populations, Afro-descendants, sexual diversity populations, and also migrant populations, because human mobility is a reality in our region. Thank you very much, everyone. It's truly been a great pleasure. I apologize for running because we're always running out of time, but these interventions have been very, very substantive, and I hope delegations will be able to benefit from that. And now we have an hour to listen to delegations and to continue to enrich this dialogue, and especially the solutions for the eradication of poverty with a gender perspective. Thank you very much, Minister of Social Development of Panama. You have the floor. Thank you very much, everyone. Secretary Luis Yañez, Maria Noel, dear panelists, colleagues, and delegates, the country delegates in this conference, representatives of UN agencies, of civil society, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to highlight the firm commitment that Panama has with the eradication of poverty in all its forms, reflected in the adoption of public policies that are aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In this country commitment, in order to make headway with the 2030 Agenda, the strategy Plan Colmena, established by Law 297 of the 27th of April 2022, emerges as a state policy which is fundamental in the struggle against poverty and inequality in Panama. This strategy that began to operate in 2020 in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic has been fundamental for the implementation and territorialization of SDGs, promoting territorial development with a gender perspective and strengthening public policies and the institutional structure in vulnerable areas. What is relevant is that the National Strategy Plan Colmena has been a catalyzer for the achievement of SDGs, and that goes beyond bridging social and economic gaps with concrete multi-sectorial actions. Its approach encompasses not only the improvement of the quality of life in rural and urban areas, but also the strengthening of local governance and provincial governance. Colmena is essential in order to produce significant structural changes that ensure the right to development, promoting an inclusive, effective, participative, and representative governance. Thus, we significantly contributed towards guaranteeing the right of all inhabitants of our country to a decent life and to satisfying their basic needs aligned with the sustainable development put forward by SDGs. In our third voluntary report published last year, we showed that in general the rate of poverty compared to the international line experienced a drop from 9.8% in 2015 to 7% in 2021. In addition, rural areas have been a focus for our attention, and they have experienced a substantial drop in poverty from 17.4% in 2015 to 18.1% in 2021. Now, this progress is closely related to the condition cash transfer programs aimed at predominantly to these areas and to the link of these programs in order to include our beneficiaries, rural women in the network of opportunities in the program Redes de Familia, a program of productive inclusion following the methodology schools in the countryside which seek social inclusion and the productive development of women and families living in rural areas. Now, in terms of measurement measured by the national line, we have also shown progress with a downward trend, moving from 23% in 2015 to 21.8% in 2021. In that same sense, extreme poverty also reduces figures from 10.2% in 2015 to 9.5% in 2021. SDG 1, which challenges our country to establish definitions that may contribute to the reduction to at least half the proportion of men, women and children of all ages living in poverty in all its dimensions in accordance with the national definitions. In terms of the multidimensional poverty index, Panama has achieved an improvement between 2017, 2018 and 2022. It evidenced a continuous trend towards a reduction in incidence, changing from 19.1% in 2017 to 14.8% in 2022. Now, this represents an important achievement in our road towards eradicating poverty, highlighting improvements in access to health services, water and sewage, and the reduction of impacts as a result of natural phenomena. 230,000 people are no longer living in multidimensional poverty as a result of everyone's commitment. Panama also adopted the multidimensional poverty index at a smaller local level, identifying via evidence the main needs that exist simultaneously in these small local areas in our country. This index of multidimensional poverty enables us to zoom into the territories, which we use in order to determine the 230 small local areas that are high priority for Plan Colmena in the midst of the pandemic, and measuring the IPM per these small local areas evidences that there has been an improvement in terms of multidimensional poverty in 92% of the 699 small local areas in our country, and out of the 300 that were a priority in Plan Colmena, there was an improvement in 272 of them. Plan Colmena establishes the foundations to reduce multidimensional poverty and inequality in the most vulnerable local areas with intersectorial work, collaborative work, and inclusive work, creating success stories that contribute to transform the lives of citizens in the 300 most poor, the poorest local areas in our country. In terms of non-contributory transfers, we have also made significant progress, acting as economic stabilizers during crisis and protecting almost 200,000 families via these transfer program, living in poverty and extreme poverty programs that provided a social protection during the pandemic and during the post-pandemic era that benefited with the Plan Solidaria and Vale Vital, benefited more than 1.7 million people during the most difficult times of the pandemic, and that enabled poverty in our country to drop during the pandemic and also prevented middle-class people from living in poverty. Our administration has made the highest social investment in the history of Panama, and I highlight, I'm talking about social investment and not social expenditure, because investment in people and in the well-being of our population is not a social expenditure, but rather an investment for the development of our country. We have also invested in technology to have a registry of beneficiaries in social programs. However, we face challenges such as the overload of services and the need to adapt our policies to new realities, such as adaptive social protection policies that responds faced with pandemic and response to climatic shocks, so that increase the vulnerability of our population. Our state tradition includes the creation of a national care system as a catalyzer, enabling the well-being of boys, girls, the elderly, and people with disability, reducing the time poverty of women, promoting quality employment and economic autonomy for women, just like the national strategy to prevent teenage pregnancies, because teenage pregnancies is one of the reasons that perpetuates the circle of poverty. In addition to these strategies, programs such as Panama Emprenda y Crece, programs on seed capital that plan to empower indigenous women and strengthen our economy and promote a more inclusive society. Now, despite our progress, we also acknowledge pending challenges. The gap of coverage continues to exist, especially in groups living in vulnerability, among the elderly, and when it comes to people with disabilities. The coordination between sectors and the active participation of organized communities are essential in order to tackle these challenges effectively. In summary, the Panama's commitment with the eradication of poverty is very clear. We acknowledge the importance of bridging inequality gaps and of dealing with the in-depth, with the profound causes of poverty in order to achieve sustainable development. This commitment is a need if we want to achieve the goals of the first SDG and to truly not leave anyone behind. Thank you.
Señora Ministra, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Minister. I'd like to offer the floor to the delegate of Paraguay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to begin by saying that the poverty reduction of families, communities are actions, priority actions for the Paraguayan state. In order to strengthen the social protection system, the government has reorganized the social constitutionality by Decree 357 last year, where it mandates the minister to work on this social national plan for poverty reduction, which means in Paraguayan, we will be better. It is a national plan. The design of this plan was led by the Ministry of Social Development, which took the content of the pre-existing National Reduction Plan, Yayapo Paraguay, as a foundation. Its current challenges and including improvements for the implementation of policies for the social protection system in Paraguay. It was carried out in a participative process with dialogue with technical teams from different social and public organizations, as well as other civil society groups, indigenous and farmer groups, in order to define the priorities of the current plan. We had technical assistance, specialized technical assistance by the UN Program for Development, the UN Program for Food and Agriculture, the UN Fund for Children, and the German Cooperation and the Fund for Nature. In order to achieve the plan's objectives, we established very clear and specific actions, immediate actions for 2024, some short-term for 2025-26, and some medium-term for 26 to 2030. Amongst these plans, we have some that intend to gradually increase the trend. Tecopora program, Tecopora Marete is new name, which means to live well and strengthened in Guarani. The Tecopora program, whose objective is to provide social protection to vulnerable homes in order to break the vicious circle of poverty, has two components that are clearly differentiated and oriented to achieving these specific objectives. These are to accompany the family and community from the social, technical aspect and the monetary aspects as well. In terms of family and social community accompanying, the objective is to visit the homes to understand the co-responsibility by the families and to offer guidance in order to improve their home, their hygiene, and other habits to improve the quality of food and health. Also, to offer guidance to families and access to diverse public services and strengthen community activities. I'd also like to mention the training sessions aimed at strengthening the capacities of the families in order to provide guidance to the family members that participate in the member, contributing to their community life. Regarding the state contributions, these are financial subsidies, direct subsidies, that are periodic delivery of to families in vulnerable and extreme poverty situations. This is done by a monetary transfer called Tecopora Marite, an increase of 25% in the sum received by the families. According to what was informed by the Social Development Ministry, 150,000 beneficiaries have been part of the program. Since January this year, the transfers are made monthly, which was done every 6 months earlier. Now, the program is reaching 250,000 participants that charge with a debit card. This will be completed until we reach around 180 beneficiaries, 80,000 beneficiaries. The payments are made through debit cards from the National Promotion Development Bank, and they promote the formalization of beneficiaries so that they can save, and also offers greater transparency. It's important to mention that with the last study of the Institute of Statistics, there was a positive impact shown in the quality of life of the homes found within the social protection system, especially Tecopona and the elderly. This translates into indicators that show an improvement in the quality of life indicators and an improvement in poverty levels. We understand that the challenge ahead of us is to continue to promote public policies and programs that offer support in a more sustained manner, to offer support to citizens, protection from the state, the government of Paraguay maintains this firm commitment. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you, delegate. I'd like to offer the floor to the delegate from Venezuela now. Thank you. Good morning, all. Good morning to all the members of this group of the foundational SDGs, which makes sense or offers some meaning to everything. Those of us who had the possibility of understanding the efforts made by everyone. I wanted to take the opportunity to talk about one of the important efforts made in our country in terms of overcoming poverty. It's part of the policies and sustained effort from the beginning of the Bolivarian Revolution to tend to social needs. It is a multidimensional scourge in poverty. President Maduro has the mission to offer equality and social justice as mandated by Hugo Chavez. Organized civil society, the multilateral cooperation, all efforts are concentrated in a major state policy that aims to eradicate poverty and inequity. And this is all part of the popular government and to foster policies with high impact in housing, employment, education, and guaranteeing and building a dignified social wage to reduce poverty. This mission is structured in 3 pillars. The first, organization, economy for life, housing, and here we have the mission Vivienda Venezuela with 4.9 houses built in the 14 years of the mission. Education is around 82% of education in Venezuela is free and public. Welfare, food, caring for the elderly, strengthening the care systems, safety, and all these together with other missions such as the mission Venezuela Mujer that seek equal opportunities for women in every space.
Venezuela Bella en la recuperación de todos los espacios.
Venezuela Bella that takes care of different spaces with coverage in many areas. This is all part of a state policy that is a result of a national commitment to fight and eradicate poverty. The construction of a specific action
que permita un combo de soluciones
agenda to offer solutions to all communities. It also implies operating under a new logic, not adding but multiplying, focusing on the problems and solutions and not in a fragmented manner. We have found one of the more innovative experiences for eradicating extreme poverty, which is changing the foundation,
en la comunidad, el acceso a los servicios, salud, alimentación,
changing access to food, education, in more vulnerable areas, etc. Our policy has to do with territorialized social policies. There's around 200 installed, and the idea is to have 300,000 in our country. This is implemented with an indicator system with specific and concrete results. All these indicators are part of the Geographic Institute efforts and all part of the National Follow-up Plan and the SDGs. We also have the development of new management methods, innovative, novel, that through the management of the ministries and the governments at different levels is brought about by the different projects. I would like to share the words of Hugo Chavez Frias in a meeting he held that was between Brazil and Venezuela in 2004. To end poverty, it's necessary to help and give power to the poor. It will not end. Poverty will not end with superficial measures. It needs to be charitable. We must distribute power, and it is here where the higher classes that have held the power for all this time must appeal to their conscience, because otherwise, one day the hurricane of the peoples, pushed by poverty, misery, and despair, will trample those who would like to live in a paradise surrounded by a hell of poverty. We cannot live like that, and we cannot leave a situation such as this that we experience in Latin America, some minorities in extreme poverty and majorities in extreme wealth. Thank you.
Muchas gracias al delegado de Venezuela. Le paso la palabra a la delegada de Chile, por favor.
Thank you to Venezuela. I'd like to offer the floor now to Chile. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone who is here with us today. I'm Jessica Mann. I'd like to thank you for the work carried out by ECLAC in preparing this information on the path to the 2030 agenda. And each of these goals, the methodology, the analyses on the transitions towards sustainability, ending poverty, is the main objective of the 2030 agenda. It is of the utmost importance for sustainability. But when we believe that we're advancing towards a solution, things happen that make us feel like we're moving back. There are no guarantees. This is one of the learnings that COVID-19 pandemic left us. In Chile, as in many other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, there was an increase of people in a poverty situation. In our country in 2017, 8.7% of the population lived in poverty, and in 2020, we left the two-digit poverty line that we left it behind, and now we see a continuity in the trend of the last few decades, reducing by 6.6%. And here in Chile, we are approaching the commitment of reducing half of the population's percentage that lives in a poverty situation by 2030. Data are necessary for analysis, follow-up, and monitoring, but we can't observe them only as numbers, leaving people aside separately. Their faces, their life experiences are important. The end of poverty is dignity for people. But we also know that the phenomenon of poverty has changed. We're able to understand it from another perspective nowadays, and identifying the new shortcomings. But there is yet a lot to be done. Chile has created a presidential commission to update the measurement of poverty. And this commission will propose to the President of the Republic, Gabriel Boric, new ways of measuring poverty to address the cultural changes that the country has experienced. The mission is emphatic, not leaving anyone behind. We know that there are people who live in rural areas, indigenous peoples, and infancy that have been born out of the national territory, and women. That is why we mustn't forget about what ECLAC is saying. We need to have policies that contemplate gender inequalities, and we shouldn't reproduce and allow for the permanence of discrimination and marginalization of women and girls. For example, we should put an end to feminization of time poverty. These are structural gaps that require a change of paradigm. We need to put at the center the sustainability of the care economy, as we know is a mission in the Buenos Aires Agreement. There are less than 6 years ahead of us to reach the completion of the 2030 agendas, and we are running out of time. Collaboration and partnerships are key. The participation of multiple stakeholders is key. Multi-level actions are key. And listening to communities and the people who live in poverty is key. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, señora delegada. Ahora,
Thank you, Madam Delegate. And now the delegate of Cuba, then Ecuador and Mexico. If there's anyone else, please raise your hand. Cuba has the floor. Thank you, Madam Moderator. First, I'd like to recognize your work and of the different panelists. It's been a very interesting morning. I was worried with the previous meeting that took a little longer on the small island developing states. And we have somehow moved forward and had a very fruitful morning. I'd like to make a comment and then mention a few notes that I took down. I'm going to be very brief because every time a Latin American and a Caribbean says we're very brief, you know, we need to be stopped. We get carried away. Always, in all conferences. So my clarification is that this document here that I feel has been elaborated by ECLAC says, page 4, and I'm only clarifying this, in December, the population meeting, this also happened with abortion, and you know, countries in Latin America were talking about abortion. And here it says, the adoption of the multidimensional poverty measurements has extended in Latin America. 11 countries of the region, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Dominican Republic. You know, it's a horseshoe. Have a multidimensional measurement of poverty. I only ask that you include Cuba. Cuba, since 2017, 2019, has certified and has offered these data, and we've done this. We're carrying out the third process and doing it with the UN, and we have a very low multidimensional poverty, one of the lowest in the world. Of course, we do have problems, but that was just a clarification. And regarding my notes, I just want to be brief.
The plans to eliminate poverty in Cuba are long-standing programs. The subject, elimination of poverty, it is a very complex. It is a very complex problem. If poverty increased or if it went down, it declined. For this cause, for the other cause, it is a reality. We need to measure. I work in a statistics office, and that which is not socialized and not measured is not solved. But I would say that the main problem lies in what several states have pointed out, and that is the fact that how to avoid that more people fall in poverty. As you said, you've said poverty has the face of a woman, of an Afro-descending, of a person living in rural areas. We can continue and keep on expanding. And it's probable that those that fell in poverty left it and will not be back again. It is going up and down. If we go from poverty then to extreme poverty, we come out of extreme poverty. The success is in all the policies and the focus on this SDG, which is the main one. A colleague from Venezuela said it. If we don't solve this, that is a pending task for decades in Latin America, the Caribbean, in spite of all the progress and Millennium Development Goals. If you remember the year 2000, 25 years back, of the MDGs, and we continue with similar problems. What did Cuba do? Socialize a series of benefits and programs in education, in health, in gender equality. Cuba has the second parliament with the highest female representatives in the world. In a quota system, yes, but when we go to municipal parliaments, now there is a reduction. Yes, that's a problem. That's a gap that needs to be solved. Because not only tell you about the good things we've done, but learn at local level what to do, how to solve it. Cuba has high schooling rates, high life expectancy, low infant mortality, universal coverage, 43%, quote, in social security systems. Well, that's not the case of my country. But then the private sector starts showing up. And of course, it's necessary to make the economy more dynamic. The situation of aggressions against my countries, they were well discussed yesterday and today. And so inequalities emerge. So either you eliminate poverty and increase inequality, or try for this not to happen. It's very complicated in all of our countries. And in general, the country has progress in policies of social welfare. And in recent years, Cuba has always headed to universalization of policy, not focalization, because it was at a time like the offspring of neoliberalism. And in the 80s of Latin America, the executive secretary once again spoke about the possibility that we reach a lost decade because of the pandemic, world conflicts, inequalities. So all this may, this social terrible poverty may appear again and affect all the populations. We have focalized and vulnerable populations and neighborhoods. It was the Mexican representative that spoke about rural areas. We imported $2 billion, import $2 billion in food, and how difficult it is for us to get food. We are punished by that one, the other one is not, and we don't have enough money either. We cannot produce wheat, but we can produce rice, beans, and we need it. And it's part of all this program of ruralization, where most of the food is produced for the population, with urban, suburban agriculture as well. And to give you another example, an indicator that I will use as an index, which is human development. It was presented yesterday, I think, here, the report on human development of the UN program of UNDP 2023-2024. You know, the Human Development Report is done since 1990 and replaced those issues that in order to have a developed country, you needed to have a per capita of GDP. That tells you nothing. I mean, there are countries in the Middle East with obscene GDPs, per capita GDPs, and have development and they're calculated by the Office of UNDP, the Human Development Index. I recommend you to read that publication. My country, not to speak of all the plans and programs that we do, my country is number 83. Number 1 is Switzerland, and number 188, because there are countries that have no data, like Sudan, always Africa in the last places everywhere. And my country is number 83 among high human development countries. There are countries of Latin America that have a GDP purchasing power index that is better than Cuba. But what's interesting, Madam Chair, that if we calculated the gross GDP, we would be in place 119 in the world. Why are we in 83? Because our life expectancy, our average school population, and the number of school children raise us to the place number 83. That is poverty elimination. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Delegate. Now I give the floor to Ecuador and then Mexico. Go ahead, please. Good morning, everyone. For me, it's a pleasure to present the efforts of Ecuador in order to reduce and at some point eradicate poverty. As we know, socioeconomic conditions continue to be very difficult for our region. This has been broadly discussed in this valuable forum. And we have poverty levels of 29% and extreme poverty 11.2% as a region. Poverty, as analyzed, is not a problem that is solved with the action of one or two ministries, no, or public institutions, no. It calls for a sectoral, organized, institutional, efficient actions with purposes bringing together all institutions in one common goal that is specialized and with consensus. That is why the national government of President Novea, with executive decree of December 2023, organized in a different manner the work of the authorities with 5 sectoral cabinets in terms of the 4 working axes of the national working program. This is the planning document of our country, and it was prepared with citizen participation and with the broad support of UN, with local governments, academia, and private sector. The poverty reduction is one of the main goals of our social axis, one of our 4 axes, poverty reduction, and it is implemented by the ministers of 2 cabinets, the social cabinet and that of security. Yes, that of security, because before in my country, security was seen as something isolated that did not relate to the social area, when in the roots of violence are in poverty, inequality, and lack of employment. And here I concur with Maria Noel, her words this morning. When attacking poverty, we can eliminate violence. And this can be seen in our National Development Plan and sectoral cabinets that are implementing joint policies. In Ecuador, the poverty by income went from 28.3 to 23.3 in 2023, 5 percentage points reduction. A vital process to leave no one behind is to conduct disaggregated monitoring of the 24 provinces of Ecuador. 66% show significant reductions of poverty. Province of Tungurahua, that is in the Sierra Centro, and province of the Gold, Oro in Ecuador, and reduced 8 or 9 percentage points correspondingly. Poverty in rural sector is a challenge for us. Although it has gone down, it is 38%. The decline that has been observed is slower than in urban areas. And the population of the indigenous population poverty rate reached 42%, with high rates in the Amazon region. So to overcome all this, sectoral policies have been implemented. One is the public policy of family farmers, with emphasis in rural areas. The rural areas are made up by indigenous peoples, and most of our farmers, agriculture people are women. So there is a benefit for those who have registered as family agriculture. There is a record, a register that allows us to identify the beneficiaries. Technical assistance, productive microcredits, training capacities for marketing, land titles and others, and the multidimensional poverty, which is 36.9%, will help ministries to address public policies. And one of the dimensions of this index is the access to appropriate, adequate employment. The adequate employment rate is being recovered in Ecuador has gone from 32.5 to 36.6%, but it is a major challenge. The population in the informal sector is 52%, and therefore the reforms have been considered for our labor force to be normalized. And we can see that during the pandemic, informal sector grew significantly in the indigenous population, 6%, in youth from 25 to 30 years. Therefore, we have a youth employment policy, very strong one, and in rural areas that increased 5%. Ecuador, as a deeply committed nation with sustainable development, has started a battery of strategies and programs to eradicate poverty, empowerment of women through leadership training programs and entrepreneurship has increased female participation in the labor market. 1.3 million citizens have been benefited through non-contributory bonuses. That is exceeds $101 billion. The idea is to integrate families, and we are working in an integrated social protection system that is focused on persons and families in poverty or extreme poverty. Before in my country, it was very difficult because of budget restrictions to deliver several social benefits to one same individual. Now, if a person was a beneficiary of one bond, it was difficult for that person to be receiving another social program bond, for example, a house. However, to guarantee a true floor baseline protection, it has been necessary to humanize policies, analyze the problems of persons in a more comprehensive manner. And for the first time, a month ago, we started a different prioritization. And we have delivered one house to a person that used to receive the disability bond. For other countries, it may be something normal, but in my country, this was not being done. And so this is going to accelerate leaving poverty behind of those persons who are in a situation of vulnerability. These policies that are medium and long term are being part of a battery of two types of indicators. Management indicators allowing monitoring of short term and those of results for medium term. Thus, we will guarantee significant improvements in impact indicators like those measuring poverty reduction. We are convinced that defining responsible cabinets, institutions, ministries to reach the SDGs, organize work in a sectoral manner, structure public policies, and work with local governments will help us accelerate our path to poverty reduction. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Minister. I now give the floor to the delegate of Mexico and Colombia. And if there is no one else, we will finish. No. My colleague from UN Habitat. Yes, Mexico, please go ahead. Supplementing what has been presented by Mexico on SDG number 1, we know poverty is a problem that we live in all countries. And as being so complex, deep, and complicated by all multidimensional factors, it is so valuable to know the efforts, initiatives, and public policies that are already showing significant progress on this goal that represent a progress, as Irais has said, our Executive Secretary of the 2030 Agenda National Council. Mexico is showing progress as it is the post-pandemic recovery with initiatives and strategies as those mentioned, public-private partnerships with youth And this needs to have a priority to continue, improve, and focus on these actions with integral efforts with long, medium, and short term. In spite of political cycles that we are going through, what's valuable for fora like these is cooperation and exchange existing in order to know the strategies and results at parallel level to adopt them in accordance with our own socioeconomic context. And I speak not only among countries, but at subnational and local levels. I am part of a state government, the government of Colima State, which is investing as never before in education, in the students, in the youth. Thank you. Thank you, Delegate of Colombia, please. Dear Noel Baeza, dear Luis Yanez, Secretary of ECLAC, distinguished panel members, honorable heads of delegations, honorable members of the UN system, dear friends of academia and civil society. To eradicate poverty in all of its forms and dimensions, including extreme poverty, is the largest world challenge and indispensable requirement for sustainable development. Therefore, states need to place social justice in the center of development policies, improving the redistribution of income and allowing those most vulnerable populations with opportunities for productive and educational opportunities. The government of Colombia is convinced that it's only with social justice and the rights of inhabitants we can consolidate total peace objective. Therefore, the National Plan for Development there are strategies that will provide goods for the citizens, access to formal economy and social services for vulnerable populations, recognition and leveraging of a popular economy. Colombia has insisted in that poverty eradication calls for a change of development model that will be consistent in long term, promoting sustainable consumption and production. We have the challenge of implementing a modern social policy guaranteeing equal opportunities to all, with social protection promoting access to health services, childcare, education, human capital training, food security, decent work, helping protecting human rights. My country is convinced of the importance of promoting multilateral efforts and working together towards sustainability, guaranteeing growth, prosperity, and well-being for all citizens to leave no one behind. Eradicate poverty in all of its forms, including extreme poverty and feminization of poverty is a requirement for gender equality and empowerment of all girls and women and human rights. Adolescent women and girls are essential to achieve the transformative change. We cannot move to sustainable development, peace, and security. Still, there are gender barriers in economic, labor, and salary issues, as well as unfair division of home care.
Transformation required by the world must be based on profound changes and on the cultural, social, and financial structures. Likewise, the government of Colombia wishes to highlight the active role of young persons as fundamental agents for the construction of fairer and peaceful society. Its resilience shown during the pandemic clarified the need to promote their economic inclusion and political participation as a basis to reduce social gaps and in order to accelerate the achievement of sustainable development goals. The government supports the summons of Colombian youth demanding greater participation for the construction of public policies catering for their main needs and concerns. These policies must safeguard their well-being and cater for challenges in the future, such as the triple planetary crisis, social inequality, especially for the most vulnerable communities under the principles of solidarity and equality. We acknowledge the importance of taking positive actions, including policies and associations at a local, national, regional, and international levels, dealing with existing inequalities between and within countries, in the distribution, in access to services, resources, and infrastructure, and likewise in terms of access to food, water, quality education, training and employment opportunities, and decent work in urban and rural areas, and either remote or maritime, and other human settlements, in order to break down the cycle of intergenerational poverty and vulnerability. Thank you very much. Thank you, Delegate. Now I offer the floor to UN Habitat, and after that to the Population Fund and the FAO. Thank you, Maria Noel Baeza. Poverty is not only an issue that is related to income and money, but it does have a face. But in addition, our region also has a characteristic. It is concentrated in spatial terms. Latin America and the Caribbean are, well, its population, 80% of its population live in cities, and in our cities we find a concentration of poverty in informal settlements, in precarious settlements, in vulnerable settlements, in the poorer neighborhoods of our segregated cities. And therefore, if we are to progress and accelerate the reduction of poverty in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is multidimensional and which is concentrated in specific neighborhoods, consequently implies promoting the comprehensive improvement of neighborhoods. So you member states of the 193 agreed last year during the General Assembly of the United Nations a resolution to accelerate the integrated action in terms of the comprehensive improvement of neighborhoods, especially in those vulnerable neighborhoods, in precarious neighborhoods, in those neighborhoods where the majority are informal. As from UN Habitat, we have made progress with jointly working with many of you, with the local authorities, and we have also evidenced the importance that you're attaching to multi-level governance, in concrete, the work between national, local governments and communities in order to accelerate that process of moving ahead with integrated actions, such as the ones conveyed to us by the Mayor of Tegucigalpa, and the ones that could be shared with us in different parts of the world where we're working, especially in Latin America and in the Caribbean, in Ciudad de Guatemala, San Pedro Sula, San Salvador, that was also mentioned a while ago, with examples that we have also evidenced and learned from cities like Medellin, Rio de Janeiro, Buenos Aires, and recently Maria Noel Baeza, with the examples of Ixtapalapa, with the examples of Ecatepec, where poverty with a woman's face has led us to integrate our actions with the structure for care. The idea of UN Habitat is to continue to accompany the efforts made by member states and also of its local authorities, close to 16,000 in Latin America and the Caribbean, so that we may be able to accelerate the transformation of neighborhoods and informal settlements so that poverty may be reduced speedily with that multidimensional localized perspective. Thank you very much. Thank you, Elkin. Susana, please, Regional Director of the Population Fund. Thank you, Maria Noel. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the delegations present for sharing their strategies, their successes, and also their challenges in terms of how to deal with this very complex and multi-dimensional problem, which is poverty. I would also like to reiterate the importance of having precise data and information in order to inform, to have informed public policies that are much more accurate in terms of dealing with this issue. And in that sense, as a UN Population Fund, we have worked closely with many of your countries during this last census round, making the complex efforts that an operation such as housing and population census requires in a very successful way. And in the census phases, we increasingly find information that is qualitatively better and that enables us to know what we were talking about, where they are, where the faces are, and the communities that are impacted by poverty in all its dimensions. And obviously, this comes on top of evidence that we already have, because we know that the face of poverty coincides with certain identities, Afro-descendants, indigenous populations, communities in rural areas that often are outside the radar of public policies and programs. And so, we have enormous faith in the sense that the continuous work with census rounds, with information systems, and the analysis of population dynamics would enable us to fine-tune these strategies that you have mentioned and shared with us. And in that sense, I would also like to congratulate many of the countries present here for highlighting two pending debts, especially with girls and women of this region who perpetuate poverty. And I am referring to the tragedy of maternal deaths and the tragedy of the truncated lives of teenagers who prematurely become mothers. These two deaths are reflected in indicators that are still unacceptably high for this region. Leaders create or result in the efforts of many stakeholders, and we continue to work with you. There are many lessons and strategies that are very positive in this region, and with many of you, we are working in order to promote the greatest visibility, and as mentioned by the Ministry of Social Development of Panama, investment in these issues, because women and girls need to be reflected in these efforts to struggle against against poverty. Thank you very much. Excellent, Susana. Thank you very much. And finally, we would like to offer the floor to the FAO. And after that, I'd like to say, convey some final remarks to you.
Very before lunch and for FAO. This is a double sin, so I'll be quick. There are 3 points that I'd like to raise that are important for FAO when discussing SDG 1. The rise in extreme poverty in the region, particularly in rural areas, is linked, among other things, to increases in international food prices, which contributes to migration to other regions, driven partly by food insecurity. Food inflation and extreme poverty also contribute to rising food insecurity and hunger in the region, with undernourishment affecting 8.6% of the population and 56.5 million people suffering from hunger. Addressing poverty and its interconnected challenges demands multifaceted strategies and coordinated efforts across macroeconomic, social, and productive spheres. These interventions encompass policies aimed at increasing local food production, enhancing income opportunities, and fostering resilience of farmers to economic shocks. Critical to these efforts is diversified financing mechanisms, leveraging public budgets, development banks, private institutions, and innovative financial instruments like green and social bonds. Such investments not only alleviate poverty, but also foster environmental sustainability and reduce inequality. In conclusion, achieving SDG 1 demands unwavering commitment and concerted action from all stakeholders under an inclusive agri-food systems governance. By prioritizing the needs of the most vulnerable, harnessing the potential of family farmers, and fostering inclusive and sustainable development, we can pave the way towards a future where poverty is no longer a barrier to prosperity in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, delegates. It's been a real pleasure to see how women are at the very center of our public policies and how this is bearing fruit, hopefully to reduce the feminization of poverty. I would like to leave you with two figures. 100 million women and girls in Latin America are living in poverty. We need 26 times to be 26 times quicker in our actions in order to achieve the SDGs, 26 times quicker. Let's see if we can face up or or benefit from that opportunities. I believe that with the programs that you have shared with us, and you have also shared good practices in terms of targeted actions, the good practice of thinking out of the box when we discuss multidisciplinary poverty, perhaps we will be able to achieve this very important objective for all of us, and especially for women and girls. I would like to thank you all very much for your interventions. It has been a very, very productive morning, and hopefully this will enable us or will make it possible for the poor in our region, with a woman's face, enjoy once and for all dignity, a sustainable life, a life with welfare, and that women may diminish that poverty of time with the strengthening of the care systems. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Vamos a hacer un receso y regresamos a las 2:30. Para la próxima mesa, mesa 2.
Uno, tres, sí, sí, sí.
Buenas tardes, en apenas un par de minutos iniciaremos.
Good afternoon. We will resume in a couple of minutes, so please take your seats and we will begin this afternoon's discussions.
Creo que ahora sí podemos iniciar en esta mesa 2.
Now we can begin this panel 2, goal 2, zero hunger. Good afternoon to those in the room and those connected remotely. Throughout this afternoon, we'll have a major debate, as you know, very important for the changing scenarios of Latin America and the Caribbean. For me, as representative of FAO, regional representative for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, I'm so pleased to be here to hear you all, for all of you to exchange views, reflections, finding solutions of a new type, hear positive experiences and negative ones as well that we need to avoid in order to move forward faster. I think that the goal of zero hunger, promote a sustainable agriculture and combating hunger, should be seen not only as a negative scenario, but also with some positive elements of recent times. But it points out how complex it is, the subject we are to address this afternoon. Beyond any facts that the fact that in Latin America and the Caribbean there are 43 million people that are hungry, and according to data prepared by technicians, we have reduced in 3 million persons who now no longer have hunger. So, but anyhow, we have reversed the situation, but still we need to say these are very mild lights at the end of the road. We need to read them carefully, follow them with great attention. Hunger and nutrition continue to be an enormous challenge for sustainable development of our region. And I think there are some figures that really mark your reflections, representatives and colleagues, experts who are around this table. And naturally, I highlight the effort that CEPAL is conducting in all this process of reflection, articulation, and we are permanently working together. And I would like to point out a few data on this. If we see at least what our technicians have prepared, the hunger scenario for 2030, not only in Latin America and the world, if there are no major changes, then in 2030 we'll have 600 million people in hunger. And the drama of all this, that in 2015, when the SDGs began, we had 558 million who are hungry. That needs to determine what's the role of the international community. We run the danger of going forward 15 years and then they're even more backwards than where we were in 2015. It's not a minor issue, and therefore this debate is so important because it defines public policies, the articulation, coordination of multiple players. I believe that another number that is marking us is the fact when we speak about 43 million who are in hunger in Latin America and the Caribbean today, more women than men, we are always in the border of 6.5% of the population of Latin America in a dramatic situation. But if we expand the band and go to food insecurity scenarios, we are speaking about 37% of Latin American population that is in that situation. These are not small numbers. And what is one of the most contradictory elements in these figures that maybe could be expressed in other regions with their own numbers? One of the main contradictions is what our studies indicate is that Latin America and the Caribbean would have the capacity of producing food with high nutritional elements for 1.3 billion people, and we are a bit more than half, and that is a major contradiction. And another contradiction of those of us living in this region, this food producing region has the most costly, healthy diet. Each citizen in this region that wants to eat well has to pay more than $4 and be nourished well, that is. And we are above the international average, which is 3.66. Another thing to think about, Latin America and the Caribbean represent 13% of the world trade of food. All these figures add up, and then when we speak about food insecurity, we cannot limit to only a productive agricultural subject. We need to include economy, health, environment, society, gender. It's impossible today trying to isolate food insecurity or food security without addressing all the development points. We know how complex the scenario is. That terrible combination of the economic crisis scenario post-COVID with wars, and it is indeed a negative scenario, but in a potential that may be different. And there, of course, we can speak about scenarios that grow, like anemia or rural, urban scenarios. In this stage, we witness the efforts of governments to respond to these challenges. And in this context, where we have limited resources, we need to be more efficient in policies and programs to really be able to impact, and we need to encompass all those aspects: production, trade, market, consumers, environment. Challenges are enormous. We have an enormous capacity. Yes, Latin America and the Caribbean showed that it has a great capacity. The point is how to determine the situation in which we are, and knowing that time runs counter, because 2030 is only there. And as Salazar was saying yesterday, the General Secretary of ECLAC, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, we have only half of the time. And if we don't want the international community to show failures at the end of this, at the end of 2030, and this, of course, will be for panel members and to you throughout the afternoon. And therefore, I would like to go straight to the panel members. We have 6 qualified experts, and we would ask you that in order to have a fluent dialogue, please respect the times. 7 minutes assigned. And I would give the floor now first to Jimmy Eduardo Bermudez Perdomo, Executive Director of the Ministerial Office in the Presidential Secretariat of Honduras. Thank you. You have the floor. Thank you, Mario, and thanks to the delegations here present, the colleagues, panel members, to the president, to the vice chair of this session. Interesting, the panorama you were raising. And Honduras, when it speaks about SDGs 2, zero hunger, understands it from the perspective of rights, of right to health, to education, and other variables like economy, production, and the care for Mother Earth. Mario was already saying, I come from Honduras, a country that in the 60s to the 80s was considered the wheat barn of America, or grain barn of America. And today we need to speak about zero hunger. It is the result of a model, in our view, of the neoliberal model in the case of Honduras, 3 years obliged our population to migrate and expelled the farmers from the agricultural sector, deleting all incentives to national production. And this reductive model reduced national capacities for production and delivered national companies to private capitals and promoted and legislated its own legislature for removing the land from the farmers. It's paradoxical, Mario. You are saying that Latin America has the most expensive diet per person, but that is explained understanding some of the factors I mentioned before. In the case of Honduras, we live in a situation inherited 2 years ago. Our first woman president took office, and when taking office, she adopted major actions to reduce this gap. These actions are within the framework of the Solidarian Network mentioned by the mayor of Tegucigalpa. And this Solidarian Network seeks to build an integral policy in order to reduce poverty and hunger. And on this, I'd like to share with you 4 positive elements or actions that we have adopted precisely to reverse this tragical history that we have experienced. We believe that the land needs to be owned by those who produce and work the land, and therefore we have created the Table of Agrarian Conflicts and Tripartite Committee, a new framework for the reform in the countryside and promoting a scheme of reconciliation that will penalize idle lands in our country. We have initiated the allocation of land to farmer sectors for production. 1,200 hectares of land have been allotted, and we are in a negotiation to allot 3,000 additional hectares, trying to benefit indigenous, Afro-descending, and women sectors. We have approved temporal relief mechanisms for those farmers that fell in the trap of a debt that is unpayable. We have granted 63,000 reliefs to micro and small producers. President Castro, within the Solidarian Network, has built the program of productive paths together with the 980 city halls, incorporating mitigation and adaptation to climate change, and seeks the reconstruction of the highways in the rural areas that have an average level of production. We have done these 2 years an investment of more than $23 million, and we have implemented more than 1,200 projects that translate into 2,700 kilometers of productive highways. Also, an impulse to production with food security. 2 scenarios, credit and bonds. The government, as I said before, found national production completely destroyed. The first step given was the strengthening of national banks, the National Agricultural Development Bank, for an amount over $128 million in order to strengthen and reactivate the banks that promote investments in the countryside, in the rural areas. We have placed 10,037 loans for agricultural production with a 2.5% interest rate, and has modified conditions in order to access loans, generated different mechanisms for men and women producers. This had a cost in production that closed in 2023, where the country, however, improved its production with 3 million quintals of beans, 2.4 million quintals of corn, and more than 600,000 quintals of sorghum. In addition to that, we have a technological bond with 2 components. The technological bond in itself, which is that for seeds, input, and technical assistance for 1 year, that is delivered to all the growers, producers that own land of 3.5 or less hectares. With this, we have been able to benefit 431,000 producers of the national system with an investment higher than $115 million. Also, the cattle and coffee grower bonds have been allotted. Last but not least, perhaps the most important program of our government in social care for boys, girls, and is the program of school nutrition. And we have shared with Lola, and we have promoted this program that provides at least one meal for boys, girls, and adolescents, promoting local economy.
Huertos escolares is associated to the school orchard program of educational establishments at a public level, and this has generated an impact on 300,000 boys, girls, and teenagers in the public system. Now, to conclude, because I am aware of time, I would also like to mention that looking towards the Summit of the Future that we discussed yesterday, Honduras already has a legal framework to cater for food and nutritional security. We have presented a roadmap for the transformation of food systems. In the SDG Summit the previous year, we have prioritized 10 commitments to accelerate the goals, and within the framework of the pro-temporary presidency, we have launched this program with short and mid-term actions. These are some of the actions that we have implemented with the purposes of strengthening our national actions. The commitment of President Xiomara Castro of our government is always with the people that get up every morning and that begin to work in rural areas. Thank you. Thank you, Jimmy. Before we move ahead, I would like to welcome Laura Fernandez Delgado, Minister of Planning and Economic Policy of Costa Rica, as Vice President of the Forum, who accompanies us today, and we certainly thank you for that. I believe that indeed in these reflections, the idea is not to establish a summary. I would like to encourage the specialists and all you country representatives that together with the diagnosis we talk about solutions, about experiences that may be replicated in other countries because of their success and are sometimes not limited to local scenarios and are valid for regional scenarios, such as the new nutritional and food plan for Latin America and the Caribbean by CELAC that was approved during on March the 1st last. Now I'd like to offer the floor to Amaro Angel Rivadeneira, who's National Director of Monitoring and Evaluation of the National Center for Strategic Planning, CEPLAN of Peru. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I'd like to thank ECLAC for the organization and to all participants because they are sharing very valuable knowledge. In the case of Peru, I would like to deliver a brief presentation. I'll try to be brief. A lot has been worked on since 2007 in terms of social actions and how to focus them based on the demands of vulnerable population. So we conducted a work to accelerate these results that had some possible results, and in 2015 we suffered a situation, but based on this rich experience we have been able to make progress with the various programs. Regrettably, in terms of food security, we haven't obtained good results, but in terms of chronic malnutrition, we have reduced that by more than 10% for children under the age of 5 via programs such as the ones that you can see on the screen. In Peru, we have done all this work with the National Caliwarma School Meals Program, and that means that school children receive school meals in schools. And this is coordinated with regional governments and in schools with parents to make sure that this food is distributed to all children. We also have the program for food supplementation, which implies providing the food to organizations popular dining rooms, and they identify vulnerable populations, and we provide them with this food. So it's a practice that has been ongoing in Peru for many years now. We also have the national Cuna Más program that safeguards the early development of children and makes sure that children have adequate health conditions with adequate capabilities for their development. We also have well, these first three programs are provided by the Ministry of Development and Social Inclusion. We also have the national program A Comer Pescado, which is conducted by a ministry, and the idea is to take these products to people's so that they can form part of people's diet. The idea is to improve these situations because indicators, regrettably, and at a global level, can be foreseen. We can foresee that by 2030 we will not reach the goals that we expect, but not only in the public sphere, but also in the private sphere. The last two programs that you can see on the screen, with the support of the private sector, is the program Ollas que Desarrollan. This is an entrepreneurial group. They support these dining rooms, vulnerable areas, and we have another program called Banco de Alimentos del Perú. That means that that food, those hygienic inputs that can be used and are not sold are distributed to vulnerable populations. And we also have other programs from entrepreneurial groups that provide strong support not only to their surrounding entrepreneurial groups related to social responsibility, but these entrepreneurial groups also provide the necessary inputs and contribute to their reduction to zero hunger, to this objective. These programs have been well identified to provide sustainability over time and their solid performance. In agricultural terms, we have improved the indicator with regard to agricultural production, but we also have programs via the Agricultural Development Ministry, such as the program to develop agricultural health. We have trained more than 4,000 schools in this sense, and also the Ministry of Agriculture and Irrigation has enabled us to have 63,000 farmers developing productive capabilities. And we also have the program for rural agrarian development, which implies infrastructure so that it may be developed in agricultural areas. And for example, 150,000 users have been able to learn techniques of how to make their agricultural system much stronger. And I believe that in Latin America, there is a lot of development in terms of family agriculture. So what are the challenges? What is it that we have established apart from what we have developed? Of course, we do need to reduce this index in terms of related to food security. We need to improve production, agricultural production. We need to include greater technologies, better techniques to analyze the climatic variability that we have in our country. And we also need to have this cohesion, this vertical structure in the agricultural production structure because of the geographical situation in our country. What is produced until it reaches homes, there is a loss that is wasted, and therefore we need infrastructure. And so there is waste that represent more than 1 billion, and in our country we need to recover that via various programs that I'll mention. For example, in terms of economic restrictions, which is one of the reasons for food insecurity, we need in the short and medium term to provide that with a multidimensional approach, not only in terms of poverty, as mentioned this morning, but as Mario said, the idea is not for us to work on SDG 2 independently. If there is no economic development, a productive, an agricultural productive part, if we don't deal adequately with the health issue, we might not be tackling all the factors that are required in order to resolve this problem. We need to have a comprehensive vision to the agri-food, a supplementary approach to the agri-food system. And how is it that we have worked in order to provide that strength to this process. In Peru, since last year, since 2023, we have already acquired all this experience that we have obtained in some cases at a sectorial or at a multi-sectorial level. And we need a long-term structure for a strategic national development plan based on the 2030 agenda. And here we have 4 national objectives, and where we focus our plans to improve conditions, and we hope to reach by 2030, but looking towards 2050, how we're going to resolve this problem and achieve zero hunger. We not only have a strategic national development plan, but we also have national policies. National policies, and in methodological terms, we have only developed a multi-sectorial, multi-stakeholder, and highly participative methodology for the past 3 years, so that we are able to build these instruments based on the experience of these programs and determine how to reach territories, not only with a centralized approach, with a national approach, but rather how territories, in accordance with this geographic location, because we have many differences in Peru, how we can provide what is required in accordance with the conditions in that territory, and how that agricultural production may be used not only internally but also externally. And we also have a national government policy that prioritizes many of the problems. And one of the problems that is being prioritized, and this was announced in an event in September by our president about priorities. The priorities are SDG 1 and SDG 2. And so these experiences that I have shown, based on our experience of social programs, provides us to strengthen this, and above all, to monitor that they be done in accordance with what was planned and in accordance with the measurement that we have, not only of the 2030 agenda, but of the final results that we hope to achieve. That is our experience from Peru. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Amaro.
Thank you, Amaro. And before we continue, I'd like to welcome José Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you for being with us here. We know that you have a very busy agenda, but we know that you have devoted a lot of effort to food security. So your importance is, of course, very important here today. What Amaro has mentioned obviously has impacts and similar repercussions in the rest of Latin America, the relationship between central and regional governments, the issue of native foods, the effort of Kilometer Zero, the small companies, family agriculture around these, around school meals and so on, implies that there is an important repercussion in many countries in Latin America that are similar and successful. So, and from that, I would now like to offer the floor to Lola Castro, who is Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the World Food Program. Well, I would like to thank Jimmy and Amaro because they have facilitated my presentation. They have already said many of the things I wanted to express. I would like to now speak about the challenges that we have in our region, but above all about the solutions that we have found in some of the areas that are preventing us from accelerating and the achievement of SDG 2. So if you allow me, I'd like to mention 5 essential points to also refer to the good practices that we have in the region. Practices that we must not only share among us as South cooperation, but also take to other parts of the planet. And I'm sure that if we do more of what we're doing, we would be able to accelerate and achieve SDG 2. First of all, the issue of the climatic situation. We know that our region is impacted. 40% of extreme natural events in the world occur in Latin America and the Caribbean. And what does this lead to? Well, it leads to an increase in prices, a reduction in production, an impact upon vulnerable populations, especially upon women. Women are always the most impacted group of the population as a result of these effects. But in the region, we have excellent practices of anticipated or early action to see when meteorological events will take place and to take action for vulnerable populations. We provide subsidies, as we have heard from different governments. We acknowledge them. And we also do many things or many actions in order to protect biodiversity. We have heard during these days a lot about biodiversity and how we are protecting it in our region. We certainly have to do more. The plantation of mangroves, which is a fundamental aspect faced with an increase in sea levels, but we're also making headway in very interesting areas such as microinsurance and macro insurance. So we know that every year the dry areas will be impacted by the El Nino, La Nina phenomena, and countries in Central America are investing enormously in macro and micro insurances so that farmers are not impacted, and if they're impacted, that they may recover immediately without suffering from hunger and falling into malnutrition. The second point is social protection. This region during the pandemic was the region that had the largest number of social protection measures in the world, 340 social protection systems during the pandemic, but many of them were lost. However, we learned a lot. We learned that those social protection systems are useful in order to prevent, mitigate, and also to ensure that that vicious cycle between poverty, food insecurity, and malnutrition be reduced. So what is it that we must do? Well, we face a gap. We clearly have a gap. There are reduced physical spaces. There is a high debt. We saw that this morning from SIDS, and we truly have to invest far more. But we have to also invest in a safe manner. And how is it that we can do that? Well, if we are truly able to use social protection systems so that we can purchase locally, so that we can also support local production, we support the consumer, and we also support institutions creating resilience among the most vulnerable population. And one of those social protection systems has already been widely mentioned by Jimmy and Amaro, and that is school meals. School meals is a social protection system that covers 125 million boys and girls in our continent, and has a tremendous impact. And the impact is not only the boys and girls learn and are able eat and are able to learn, but purchases are local. That reduces the impact of climate, and ensuring that men and women that produce receive a daily income. But we have taken many SDGs jointly with this simple action. An additional point, the third point, is the issue of value chains. Before the pandemic, we all felt that the value chains and supply chains worked perfectly well. And we were extremely surprised by that when borders closed, when shipping companies were no longer working. We realized that they were not really working all that well, and that we didn't have all systems in coordination. And as a World Food Program, we work with all governments so that value chains be improved, and also to ensure what has already been mentioned, that value chains be much closer to local production, that we purchase more at a local level, and not only that, but that we also purchase more from women, and that we guarantee fair prices for the work of those farmers. And taking that into consideration, we will be able to improve the food, the agri-food systems in our region. And mentioning a recent experience, I'd like to mention Central America, where the producers of beans met in many countries of the region, and by conducting certain activities, we now have beans available in all countries of the region at fair and adequate prices. A good example that exists and that we can resort to. We are also working with other organizations such as the FAO that Mario leads in the region with the issue of post-harvest losses, ensuring that the food is not thrown away and thus create more methane for our climate crisis. And we also have to work a lot more with native foods. They imply a tremendous wealth for Latin America and the Caribbean. And this is not something that we have, that is something that has to be brought to the fore, to the table of those that consume this food, and also for the globe. Quinoa, for example, came from the highlands in Bolivia and is now consumed throughout the world. And why can't those superfoods be used in the rest of the world? And therefore, we have to work a lot more with our native indigenous population. And that leads me to local purchases, local procurement. Often governments say, well, I can only buy 5% or 10% or even 30% because of the rules, because of the policies, and because of institutional issues. But we must make a strong effort so that in our policies, we achieve far more local purchases that are regulated, and I'll tell you why. Well, local purchases not only generate revenues and an economic expansion of communities that we purchase from, but also because local purchases, in accordance with what we have done with ECLAC, imply a multiplying development effect, and that will help us to promote SDG 2. A very quick example, in Guatemala and Honduras over the past 10 years, the World Food Programme, together with the governments, purchases approximately 14 million tons of local products, and that implies up to 25,000 jobs for men and women as a result of those local purchases.
Eso, se ha definido.
It's been said that they have an environmental benefit that is huge. For example, reducing 760 metric tons of emissions of carbon in maritime transport. It is convincing. We must do much better buying local. It has a multiplying effect. So I'd also like to mention that it's very important that we not look at SDG 2 in an isolated fashion. We will never reach zero hunger and zero malnutrition if we don't measure poverty, if we don't work hand in hand and reduce both at the same time. We must also increase our partnerships. This is not something a single government or agency can do on its own, or civil society. It is something that needs to be done in a multilateral fashion. We need to coordinate much better, avoid explanations, and put our income where there is greater impact, so that we don't suffer from hunger and malnutrition that does not really belong to Latin America and the Caribbean in those numbers. We must reduce it. Thank you. In fact, it is all part of today's debate on the South-South cooperation. We've not only seen that at an international level, but also within the region. It is something that is still pending to be developed in the region. It is coming back with strength. Rural women. We talked about that with Mary Noel today, the director of UN Women. It is all part of the regional debate and the economic and banking sense. Another aspect that we don't always talk about, sometimes only with the title, is the post-COVID and this tendency, this trend that we are experiencing and perhaps starting to reduce the number of people that are hungry. What is the reason? Well, no doubt that all the investment that was made during the COVID period by all the governments when their borders were closed, that's something that we don't really talk much. During COVID, our only concern was not to die. We actually had two. The other was not to be hungry. Governments, beyond any political color, they made a significant investment that is not clearly seen. You see this in the medium term, and perhaps that is part of the results that we need to reflect on. There is an aspect in Latin America that is moving millions of people and their results, and we need to take this into account. One person less with hunger is incredible, but we must think that there's so many, and there's obesity scenarios. We have children under 5% with over 7%, and what this means and how we are condemning our society towards the future. So there's positive results that must be added throughout millions of people around the world. So I'd like to offer the floor now to Hernán Quiroga from the Inter-American Institute of Cooperation for Agriculture in Chile. You have the floor. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank ECLAC Executive Secretary José Manuel Salazar, and to you, Mario, and my co-panelists. I'd like to say that perhaps a more holistic manner with the sustainable programs, understanding sustainability as a table with 3 legs. For a project to be sustainable, or for a youth or a rural woman to have a sustainable project in a farm, they need to improve their quality of life, eat better, nourish themselves. They need to be at peace with the environment, improve their environment, and with society or the closest groups. If you don't have these 3 legs, a project will not be successful. So we need to look at it more from the side of the comprehensive nature of projects. We have a very concrete proposal, which is that the changes, and we need to generate food. But these changes are generated with people in the rural sector. We are increasingly feeling the aging of people. Latin America and the Caribbean's average age is 53, and here in Chile, 53.6. So we need younger leaders in farms, agriculture, working to have a sustainable production. So these leaders of agriculture should look more into artificial intelligence apps and other solutions. At TECA, we made a study on rural connectivity last year. And this study says that there are about 72 million people who do not have connectivity with minimum quality standards. From 2020 to date, there's been an improvement of 12% in rural connectivity in Latin America. And although we've made efforts in all these countries, what the study says is that what really most pushes the youth out of the farms to cities is internet. Good connectivity. A young man of 17 or 18 years, we can't ask them to be on a farm if there is no connectivity. Technology is rapidly advancing, digital technology, and they need to be connected to reality. That is why public policies focused on these lines are of the essence, because we have good quality internet, and that is what brings youth together. And we have to have youth proposing things, creating projects, generating more sustainable food. The World Bank report 4 years ago said that for each dollar or each peso that's invested in the rural sector, that dollar is 2.7 times more effective to fight poverty than the same dollar in any other sector of the economy, because of the chain of events that it produces. Because to have orange juice, I need oranges, I need a container, I need the internet, I need transportation. There is a chain of events and of actions that needs to take place. Hopefully the youth can come to the agricultural world proposing new things. They need to use the right side of their brain, the creative, the innovative side, to propose new and different things. We need to produce more sustainably. In the South, we're exporters of food, but 78% of the pesticides are imported. That's not right, is it? We need to change how we produce to make it sustainable. We have alternative, agroecologic, organic, there's so many names. We have a program called Suelo Vivo de las Américas. And Dr. Lau says that if we are able to increase organic matter in the soil to 3%, only 3%, It has a potential to capture up to 27% of the carbon emissions, while the soil, the live soil, provides a lot of carbon, and it's a very important water filter. We see that managing natural resources is extremely important. Water is of the essence. If we don't avoid this exodus, this explosive growth moving towards the cities in Latin America, we just can't have more people. There's water shortages in Sao Paulo, Bogota, there's rationing. Here, if it weren't for the Yeso Dam, we would have rationing. So water is extremely important. We need to think about alternatives, about how we decentralize the population, and there's several initiatives with fiscal incentives. My colleagues in Peru and Honduras have said this. Public purchases for families and communities, decentralizing resources, investing in rural areas, short circuits for growth, and improving the quality of internet in rural sectors. Because they're saying if we do not have good broadband, we will leave the fields. If there's no leaders in agricultural areas, then who will produce food sustainably? So our proposal is to make farms more sustainable and more interesting, more productive. Many people during the pandemic went back to agricultural areas, to rural areas, and that's good. We need to go back to simpler life. We work with people in Costa Rica with some clay pots so that the children know what it means to produce food, so that they learn and enjoy producing it. It's important. 3 times a day. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Hernán. Y otros temas también quedan en la mesa y se van sumando para entender la complejidad, pero también lo apasionante que es.
Yes, and it's very exciting how much can be done to guarantee food security and nutrition. Sustainability must be thought of in the long term. It looks like we're disconnected from migratory flows. They're all connected to one another. These reflections on young generations, if we hear a debate like we did a couple of days ago, the voices are the same and the topics were very similar. And when we refer to connectivity, we need to go back to looking at investments. I'd like to offer the floor now to Yamandula from Fundraising and the Food Network from Redalco, Uruguay.
Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Tengo una presentación para hacer, a ver si ya estamos ahí.
Thank you. And thank you for uploading the presentation. We are thankful to have the opportunity to present here. Like Mario said, our panelists, thank you for your contributions. Representatives of the national governments, of academia, civil society. Well, we've been working in Uruguay to fight this zero hunger, and hopefully this will be the beginning of something much more nutritional. In our country, we have around 3.5 million people. We like to say that we are 3 million in a territory that is relatively small, But the previous panelists said that in Latin America, we produce food for 30 million people, 10 times more people than our population. And as is the case of Latin America, in the last few years, Latin America and our country as well experienced an economic growth that puts us, together with Chile and Uruguay, with the highest per capita incomes in the region. And everything would seem wonderful, but it's not true. There's ultra-processed foods. This is something we need to work on. It has increased in all of Latin America, and Uruguay is not an exception. In my country, there's around 250 people that have food insecurity, between moderate and severe, so they don't know if they will eat tomorrow. That is equivalent, since we're here in Chile, to 5 national soccer stadiums. Child poverty, 1 out of 5 boys and girls, children, find themselves in a situation of poverty. That makes things more difficult. At the same time, and this is a paradox, 1 billion tons of fruit, foodstuffs in general, are wasted every day, and that makes the situation very illogical. And we ask ourselves how, in a country that is small, high income, little population, you produce food for 30 million, we still have food insecurity. And that's what we asked ourselves. We were young and we had that spirit. I'm still young, doesn't look like it, but I am.
Y verduras, el mercado central.
We went to the food market and the wholesale food market, and we saw that many foods were being discarded for aesthetic purposes. And next to the market, there were people that were looking for food even on the floor. So this situation, youth with this drive, led us to make a change and take action and investigate, knowing that, of course, the problem was much larger than us, but to try to turn a problem into a solution. So that is how we created Redalco, the network of shared food, which is a nonprofit organization that has the objective of being a bridge between fruit and vegetables that are discarded because of their shape, size, color, where the farmers sometimes simply can't sell it. And we have made the bridge between them and vulnerable groups. Here are some examples. We have found very impactful situations. At this location, we can go to the cafeteria, we can eat, and it's not really, and we can eat something good, and it's not the same as we see in other places. We found boys who had never eaten a pear, or old elders that were crying when they saw a crate of fruit and vegetables. So we need to take action quickly. We need to generate a culture of consumption of vegetables and fruits that's important for future generations. Redalco has experienced a significant growth. As of the pandemic, we began to double our impact year to year. The common kitchens were very important to help feed people in the territory. And we've consolidated this knowledge. There were around, 60,000 people that are being benefited by this program. There's around 6.2 million kilos of food that has been rescued that was considered waste. We're talking about healthy food. And two of the main objectives that we're involved in, we're recovering only 1.6% of what is wasted, only vegetables and fruits. Almost 25% of the population that needs it are the people we're reaching, and that is only vegetables and fruits, and very few people. It could be much larger.
I included this presentation in that we are not only involved in the SDG Zero Hunger, but also in end of poverty, health and well-being, production, and alliance for the SDGs. Our objectives do have a cost, and our spirit is always one of cooperation, just like this instance. And in that cooperation, we articulate efforts with all the actors of our state. There is a major contribution from corporations and philanthropists. Likewise, we have agreements with local or departmental government. There are some companies that cover logistic costs, and there is a minimum number of members that contribute with dues or a quota a month. Although we were young, we always had this desire of involving all actors to make this possible. That is why we believe it's most relevant that in these instances, like the forum, to make the most, leverage these opportunities to generate cooperation agreements. The objective is that UY can become a pilot able to generate food security in all the population. And indeed, it is key that all actors be involved, mainly from civil society, generating knowledge, generating transfers, dynamism, information among all players to make resources more efficient that we allocate for those activities. If we work in an isolated manner, we'll spend much more if we work jointly. We believe it's possible to reduce food insecurity and really reach hunger zero objective. There is enough food so as to guarantee that all of Latin America and the Caribbean can access a secure nutrition. We continue with Redalco with the idea of being a pilot to generate in the region and in Latin America knowledge and tools for the best policy of nutrition in our countries. For that, we wanted to develop a platform allowing us to escalate our model, a technological platform, so as to add food diversity and generate information for the development of public policies. And in that way, we'll need to have a greater national capacity with greater regional cooperation so that we can be more efficient, and the greatest willingness so as to keep on working. We have the experience, we have the capacity to contribute to this SDG. If those of us here are not convinced that this will be solved, well, I see a high degree of conviction, and if we all work together, surely we'll achieve this. This is my QR code of WhatsApp if somebody would like to generate contacts with us in a direct way. We want to continue strengthening that interaction among players, and there are international organizations that can help us develop this platform. At the same time, many players that can contribute to the work we do. Thanks for the invitation. Once again, thank you. Thank you. Imandu, you've raised other subjects for reflection, food security, nutrition. These are subjects that we all address when several of the panel members have spoken about the wasting of food, the effects not only on the environment, on the economy, on food. So it is a broad approach. Society or partnership mechanisms, these are part of the same reflections and experiences we are adopting. The responsibility of governments and public policies. There are many actors playing roles, and partnerships will be key. Civil society, private sector, academia, especially the innovation and technology. In this effort, no one can be left aside. And one of the main challenges, as said yesterday by Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, the idea is to come together and not lose capacity or strength in order to really guarantee this goal, zero hunger. Now, Marcela Brown, coordinator of the Campaña Argentina for the Right to Education and representative of the Mechanism for Civil Society Participation in the Sustainable Development Agenda in the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. It's difficult to be the last one. I guess almost all interesting points were already discussed. Hopefully, I will tell Mr. Bermudez Perdomo that we consider with great attention the ITC network of Honduras, and truly it's an interesting model. So I took a few seconds because I thought it was most timely to say. Now, I would like to say that unfortunately, we coexist with three pandemics today. Today we spoke about COVID, but other and they are obesity, malnutrition, and climate change, and represent the global syndemia affecting countries and all regions of the world. This endemic, as all of them, are conditioned by social circumstances, political and economic circumstances of the population. It's not haphazardly. This endemic is within the framework of profound inequalities that negatively affect food security and nutrition of persons in a situation of greater vulnerability. A clear example of that is the gender gap, given that the prevalence of moderate or serious food insecurity in those over 15 years old continues to affect disproportionately women as compared to men. Girls and boys under 5 for 2022, according to FAO UNICEF reports, had a prevalence of delay of growth in the region of 11.5 and of overweight of 8.6%. The malnutrition in all of its forms, including obesity, malnutrition, and other food and nutritional risks, is the main cause of poor health globally. In a near future, the effects of climate change on health will aggravate significantly all of these challenges. Climate change can be considered a pandemic, indeed, given its general effects on the health of human beings and in the natural systems from which we depend. We speak about the planet health. And it is here that a few minutes ago it was said that when human mobility, given climate emergencies, is also part of this unfair scenario. It is in this challenging context of global pandemic is that states have the obligation to guarantee the right to food of all persons, ensuring life, human dignity, and enjoyment of other human rights. Thus, it is included in the set of fundamental rights. The right to food is the right to be fed with dignity. Not only are we speaking about hunger or non-hunger, it is having a permanent right to resources that allow to produce, obtain, or buy sufficient food, not only to prevent hunger, but also to ensure health and well-being. The right to food only in few occasions means that a person has the effective right to free supplies. Likewise, the general framework of right to well-being developed by the Lancet Commission in order to see to the urgency of this global uh, urgency identifies the rights of the member states to protect the rights, and that the right to well-being is constituted by the interrelationship of 5 internationally recognized rights: right to health, right to food, right to culture, and the general framework of the rights of boys, girls, and adolescents, as well as to the right to healthy environment. And we add the right to education of all persons throughout life as an engine for transformation. If we speak of access to healthy food, we need to speak about water, land, production, and organization of labor. According to Landex data collected between 2018 and 2021 for 13 countries of the region, the subjects in where there is less progress are the measures as to the crowding in of land and strengthening of agricultural systems at small scale. There is a very undeveloped legal framework for family and peasant agriculture. Unfortunately, large-scale investment is privileged and concentration of land as a commodity instead of a necessary support for food of people. According to FAO, the region has the most unequal land distribution of the planet. The Gini coefficient measuring inequality applied to land distribution in the region is 0.79, exceeding Europe, Africa, and Asia, and no more figures. We cannot produce healthy and quality food without the guarantee of rights, access to land, and labor rights of indigenous peasant family peoples, women, and an adequate care system. The access and conservation of land. My last minutes will be so as to say, what can we do and how? Much has been said. We all agree on this with these all these things that we have wanted to promote. This that I will mention is based on concrete and territorial experience of social organizations, and we also know that FAO, SEXICA, ICA, UNESCO, ILO, UNICEF, ECLAC, all these systems are promoting actions, but it's not enough. What would we need? A regulatory body promoting nutrition sensitive policies. What do I mean? Rules linked to labeling, for example, that we have very little experience. And we know that this doesn't go because precisely business corporations oppose to this and generate a very well articulated front for this to advance. Deregulation of kiosks within and outside the schools, family farming, small growers, regulations that will avoid land concentration and guaranteeing access to recognize the ownership of land in farmer communities of small farmers and indigenous communities. I think the representative of Honduras was saying, the land is of he or she who works on it. The protection of aquifers, the control of the use of agrochemicals, agrotoxins, and the promotion of local development. It is indispensable to design and implement integral public policies, nutrition sensitive and therefore promoting safe and healthy environments based on the principles and guidelines of security and food sovereignty. We refer to all the areas where boys, girls, adolescents, and adults circulate, but mainly we propose that educational centers be spaces of radiation and promotion of this integrality, healthy educational environments that will promote constant dialogue with family agriculture, comprehensive policies that will incorporate the components of sustainability, the gender perspective, because it's women that mainly promote the issues linked to the dining rooms, food systems, and local agriculture, to respect interculturality and also fair trade, as we said, based on food security and sovereignty principles. And then finally, as the representative of Costa Rica mentioned yesterday, you cannot prepare chocolate without cocoa. It's important to underscore and systematize significant practices that already exist in territories. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Promote dialogue and learning among decision makers, civil communities, agriculture, farmers, agriculture communities, political will with adequate financing and distribution of land. It is there that we will find the solution. Thank you. Thank you, Marcela, for adding elements in this reflection. We heard about new generations, rural women, as one of the main victims or most impacted in this process. The subjects with the concept of obesity, almost 25% in Latin America of citizens of the region at this point is obese. If we think about this globally, where according to our figures, there are 730 million people who are hungry. I mean, 10 billion or 10 million have been exceeded. 10 million obese, it has exceeded that number. And now all the variability of public policies, where there are so many aspects and components. And one element taken by panelists is the role of the family farmer. 75% of those working the land. That needs to be the center of our concern. And when we refer to the family agriculture, we are speaking about a line that is between the productive citizen and the one in the poverty line. So there is a major sector of producers and of what is said about the responsibility of legislators to promote laws on all these subjects. Labeling law or the label law and others which are part. We have MPs in different countries and regionally. There are already dozens of laws adopted and under discussion in the region that if they were better leveraged with a legislative framework, we would be in a different scenario. Many topics. Participants in this debate. Before opening the floor for the different representatives, I would like to thank the panel members because you've respected time and there's almost 1 hour for debate and dialogue. I thank the panel members because more than concentrating diagnosis, I mean, the diagnosis is there. In general lines, we all know how the situation is moving, but the effort to express positive experiences, concrete challenges, the search for responses, solutions. About the diagnosis, yes, we are in one same line. The challenge is how to get to hunger zero in 2030 and not be considered impossible. Now, at the end, if you want to summarize, or I now offer the floor to members in the room for your interventions.
Tú tienes la palabra. No veo de aquí. Panamá. Panamá, claro, ahí está la bandera, disculpa.
Panama. Panama, you have the floor. Good afternoon, Ambassador of Costa Rica, Mr. Luis Yañez, and Mario Lubetkin, and the distinguished panelists, delegates representing countries and the UN system, members of civil society, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to speak to you about SDG number 2, Zero Hunger. On behalf of Panama, I am pleased to share with you the significant progress that we have achieved in the struggle against hunger and the promotion of food security in our country. Panama has shown a solid commitment with the 2030 agenda, especially in what is related to goals related to food security. We have worked hard to reduce the prevalence of undernourishment, and the results are encouraging in accordance with FAO, WHO, PMA, and UNICEF data. The prevalence of undernourishment in our country has been reduced significantly over the past few years. This reduction from 21.26% in 2004-2006, which is now 5.3% between 2019 and 2023, is especially significant in areas with multidimensional poverty, and that has contributed to increase food security and nourishment in Panama. However, we still face challenges such as deaths as a result of malnourishment, especially among the elderly and among children younger than 5, and likewise with obesity. Diseases that derive from inadequate diets such as high blood pressure and diabetes have become the main causes of death in our country, something that must mean that nutritional education be disseminated with greater effort because nutritional education saves lives. In Panama, the figures of hunger have dropped. However, obesity figures and overweight figures have increased, and that shows that there is an inadequate selection of food that can be the result of several reasons, such as culture, lack of information, lack of knowledge, and the high visibility and accessibility of food that are ultra-processed and or refined. In addition, over the next 6 years, we face a tremendous challenge in all countries because the impact of climate change will accentuate the risks linked to food and nutritional security. But beyond fatalism, this reality also implies an opportunity to intensify our joint actions, to strengthen our wills, and devote resources to guarantee the right to an adequate food for everyone. A paradigm that we must deal with is agri-food systems that enables us to understand that for a country, a family, or a person to be well nourished, what is necessary are effective and efficient actions in the production, distribution, trade, and the consumption of food. In other words, we cannot guarantee food security if one of these links fails, and that begins with agricultural producers and ends with the consumers that are indeed all inhabitants. In this sense, Panama has redoubled its efforts in order to promote agri-food production and improve food systems, including nutrition and food in a holistic, cultural, and territorially relevant manner. The state efforts the state effort, Plan Colmena, has been fundamental in this process, focusing on vital areas such as nutrition, generation of income, entrepreneurship, and the conservation of the environment. In the sphere of healthy food, Plan Colmena has become a platform for the integration and interinstitutional coordination, implementing actions aimed at ending hunger and promoting an adequate food intake. In addition, with regards to the nutritional needs of our boys, girls, and teenagers, we have implemented in schools programs Como Estudiar Sin Hambre that include the creation of school orchards. So this not only helps us to produce fresh food, but also improves quality of the diet that is offered via school meals. And likewise, it promotes savings, it promotes healthy food intake, and provides food education. In addition, by connecting schools with local producers, we find a contribution to the strengthening of the local economy and the sustainability of the program. The approval in our country of the National Food and Nutritional Security for the period 2024-2030 is an important step towards a greater coordination between the different state entities. And now that coordination is fundamental in order to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of public policies aimed at strengthening food and nutritional security. In addition to that, programs such as SENAPAN have shown a positive impact upon food security with improvements in household food intake and in school meals. And with the conditional cash transfer programs, we provide support to vulnerable persons, especially during the pandemic, via the plan Panamá Solidario, and the Vale Digital. Panama, as I mentioned, is on the road to becoming a country without hunger. As a result of the joint effort of the government and the productive sector, and the relevant role played by the agricultural system. The food security, which is today a law in our republic, passed in 2023, has become a significant step towards prioritizing national agricultural production and the guarantee of food security with an inclusive and sustainable perspective. We have prioritized our youth, who are both our present and our future, with the creation of the National Rural Youth Program in order to provide technical assistance to young producers and stakeholders who wish to diversify their production via the incorporation of their products to local markets, and supporting actions that promote the development of young producers and their ventures. And likewise, placing at the very center our rural women via the Center Ecuación Social and Redes de Familia, as part of the investment commitments that Panama has entered into in the Americas with the approval of the Inter-American Decade for boys, girls, women, and teenagers in rural areas. In parallel, in the education and research area, we have strengthened education and training in agricultural techniques, focusing especially on rights. And our government plays a fundamental role in this sense, promoting research in sustainable agriculture and the preservation of food, whilst focusing on the promotion of gender equality. In addition, we have also promoted initiatives such as the support of value chains, No Me Google, and the strengthening of family agriculture, as well as programs that provide family and school orchards. So these measures are fundamental in order to strengthen the sector and guarantee food security. However, we still face important challenges, such as the lack of data on malnutrition and undernourishment, and we need to have this type of data, the allocation of subsidies and support for producers, and the need for greater institutional coordination in order to deal with the needs of vulnerable populations. For this reason, we must have within a universal public policy differentiated approaches to deal with the specificities of segments of the population that are traditionally vulnerable and vulnerated, either because of their cycle of life, boys, girls, teenagers, and the elderly, as a result of their gender, their ethnic, whether they be indigenous or Afro-descendants, or because of their geographic situation, rural, semi-rural, or peri-urban, without losing sight of the fact that poverty implies a lack of services and resources is a main obstacle for people and families in order to achieve food and nutritional security. I reiterate the commitment of my country in terms of the achievement of SDG 2, to the extent that we continue to work together in order to bridge gaps and reduce inequalities. And I am sure that we will be able to end hunger and guarantee an adequate food intake for all our citizens by 2030. Thank you very much. Thank you, the representative of Panama. Now I'd like to offer the floor to the representative of Venezuela. Thank you, Mario. Good afternoon, everyone. I thank the panelists in this panel discussion, SDG 2, Zero Hunger, for the contributions that they have made. I would like to very briefly comment certain progress that we have achieved in terms of food intake in our country, and also refer to the main challenges and barriers that we have had to face in Venezuela and make progress. We have mentioned that the economic war and coercion unilateral measures have directly impacted the food in our country, impacting the trade of food and inputs in our country, making supply chains much more expensive. We're not going to deal with that on this occasion, but just to mention that the executive created 19 food programs, and 2 of them focus on the biggest impact of food distribution in our country. The first one are the local supply and production councils, the CLAPs, created to face up to the impact of this 4th generation economic war, and to face up to that in terms of food intake. And today they distribute more than 130 million food rations, providing care to more than 6 million families with a positive result in terms of the supply of food. The second program is the school meals program that caters for more than 4.5 million boys, girls, and teenagers in public education, in addition to promoting the development of technical agroecological schools with the development of school orchards. The Bolivarian Revolution has prevented hunger. Because without these social policies, we will be impacted 4 times more than we are impacted at present. An example of this is that Venezuela was acknowledged by the FAO in terms of nutrition indicators and the reduction of hunger in 2013 and in 2015. And we must highlight that as part of this war, the existence of food is highly sensitive. Despite we were not able to place this indicator among the 40 points as we expected, at the level of critical condition, the previous value moved from low to moderately low. However, with these CLAPs, with the local supply and production committees and the different initiatives, are epic responses for the social protection in our country. We must also highlight that we have incorporated in the school meals program food supplements and nutritional supplements of NutriChicha, which is a national supplement in each one of these schools, so prioritizing public schools. So we must also highlight that as for multilateralism, the work in our country, together with the FAO and the World Food Programme, the development of these technical agroecological schools with the FAO and the provision of school meals and other groups that are being prioritized with the WFP. The Bolivarian government, via the National Nutrition Institute, promotes specialized actions in terms of nutrition and food, guided or aimed at declaring Venezuela as a territory free of nutritional vulnerability by 2030, thus complying with the objectives foreseen in the social and economic development plan of our country and also with the 2030 agenda. For that purpose, we envisage containment, recovery, and overcoming all these problems for the most vulnerable population impacted by these coercive measures. Thank you. We thank the representative of Venezuela, and now I'll offer the floor to the representative of Mexico. Thank you. I would first of all like to thank the panelists, and very especially 2 of them, and I'll mention them, for their very adequate words. I am Emilio Cortés Aguirre, and I would also like to clarify that I do not form part of the governments that are represented in the Mexican delegation, but rather part of civil society organizations that form part of the delegation, and that's in a democratic exercise by the government and by the director has enabled us to participate in this meeting, and also has enabled us to speak. In that sense, I would like to say that I feel that it is very relevant for Mr. Bermudez and Marcela. I feel it's very relevant for them to have mentioned two basic aspects of what I would like to, very relevant to what I would like to say. Hunger and poverty are very well, we know well the origins, consequences in the ECLAC diagnosis exercises. But we must say that there is a neoliberal model here. In the case of Honduras, has explained many situations. In the case of Mexico, exactly the same thing has happened. A model whereby hunger, poverty, have very precise explanations. And a first explanation is that I do certainly believe that there are those that do not want anyone to be left behind. On the contrary, there is a group that does certainly want many to be left behind, because a mother, a Mexican mother, who provides an alcoholic drink, who must give an alcoholic drink to her child because so that he stops crying because she has nothing else to provide, is terrible, and that happens in many communities. But why? But why hunger? Well, because there are some who believe that the right to food is based on their income and on their payment capability. For others, but others say that the right to food is above all a human right. For some, what comes first is the food business over and above the right of humans, and for others, others place humans over and above businesses.
Hacen cálculos del manejo de
those that estimate the management of private capital in order to increase the capitalization of private partners, but others make social calculations in order to capitalize social organizations. In several moments, what has been said is that one of the measurements is to make local purchases, to find better prices so that the family economy may develop. We call this circuits of production and consumption that do away with intermediaries that are absolutely unnecessary and that consolidate value chains and productive chains in the regions, and not only an idea of isolated local markets. It's a whole conception, the issue of the social economy. And it is surprising that at present in Europe, the social economy is one of the relevant issues that is being discussed. And upon the initiative of the government of Spain a couple of months ago, together with some countries from the European Union, and also involving some Latin American countries, Colombia and Brazil, were met with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mexico to create the Ibero-American Forum to promote the social and solidarity economy. I believe that ECLAC should also promote the social economy as one of the mechanisms that with greater efficiency is capable of facing up to this whole issue of hunger, of zero hunger and of poverty. I represent the organized Mexican cooperative system that implies more than 12 million cooperatives. The financial system in Mexico has approximately $450 million that they cannot use to benefit the sector because the ley forces that money to be in the hands of private banks, something that for us seems to be very serious. Emiliano Zapata, one of the leaders of the Mexican Revolution, said that the land belongs to those who work it. And But how can they work the land if there are companies that are trying to use fertilizers by the major companies that have hoarded these fertilizers, that the herbicides, that natural herbicides are not used, but rather the ones that they produce. They are interested in the imposition of prices for basic products as from Chicago. And it is a kind of insult that Mexican tortillas made with corn are no longer made with Mexican corn, but rather made with imported corn. There are many women in Mexico, and yesterday I spoke to the representative of UN Women, and she agreed that she was going to help with the promotion of the sector. Women who are heads of households and that have to work on 2 or 3 times more, and now they have to learn to become entrepreneurs. They have to learn to run an assembly of members, to go to the bank, to develop projects, and to be updated with market phenomena. That is a major challenge. I would like to conclude by saying that the social economy for an important sector of Mexicans, and I believe that this is also applicable to Latin America. The social economy is the pathway, because the other model, at least in the past 150 years, has shown its inability to end hunger, to end poverty, and to end all the phenomena that arise from this, among others. And this is something that many of us suffer from Mexico, is generalized violence and organized crime.
Las jóvenes.
We need youth to find in this social economy model a way out for self-employment, for decent work, for productive development, sustainable development. Cooperatives are not an organization of poor to survive poverty. It's an organization that is sustainable, that seeks products and services, seeks to be efficient and to solve problems of mankind. And this is the case in many other places. We also have issues with water. Around water projects, we have cooperative organizations. So I just wanted to leave you with 2 last thoughts. The first is that if we don't pay attention to the social economy model, these processes to promote zero hunger will not be complete. And I would say that as a supplement to have chocolate, there should be coffee. It would be the same, you know, if we don't have a tortilla with beans, this would be like a taco without beans. I'd like to leave you with a poem by Inés Zahualcóyotl, who said, "From the spirit and light was born water, deep and perpetuating life, the earth, love, and existence. Give us, Tlaloc, light, love, nature." Thank you.
Agradezco al representante de la sociedad civil.
We'd like to thank the representative of civil society in Mexico. I'd like to offer the floor now to
Quería parabenizar a Brasil.
I'd like to congratulate the representatives present for their excellent contributions. Some of these ideas are excellent and true challenges that we must meet and address, and we still continue to search for solutions. I'd like to thank you all. Brazil has great interest in SDG 2, zero hunger and sustainable agriculture. But it is a long-standing debt and effort. It's not something that came about with the creation of the SDGs. And we're organizing all the plans for Zero Hunger, but Brazil adopted this and then did so together with many other supplementary measures to make this program a long-term program. It's something we've been working on since then, 20 years ago, and recently we had some important events. One of them was to disassemble the Ministry of Agriculture because we realized that although they are all pretty much doing the same work, they're completely different. So now we have a Ministry for Agricultural Business, which looks at exports, and we have another that looks at agricultural development and family agriculture, and that is quite diverse. The Ministry of Agricultural Development and Family Agriculture has the experience of people who had received land from the government in different settlements, and they knew all the difficulties that had been experienced years ago, and there were many ideas on how to improve these programs and on how to support the small farmers. Now, we see with the ministries that have been divided, we see group of solutions that we have that are working with civil society. So we see civil society working with critical suggestions, especially with small farmers. They know what they are missing, what works well, and what needs improvement. They know firsthand. And last year we had a conference on food safety and nutrition, food security, excuse me, and nutrition. And now we have the Brazil Zero Hunger Plan, which addresses the poorest and most vulnerable sectors of the country. We also have a plan with sustainable agriculture and food for schools, a nutrition plan for schools, and that is also part of the work being done with partners. Regarding SDG 2, there's 24 ministries working together. We are convinced that it is a matter that involves many areas, several phases, not just nutrition. So when these meetings on food security, different sorts of collaboration to enrich the work, we hope it will make it as sustainable as possible. We feel and think about all aspects of poverty in order not to cover only one aspect. Then the Ministry of Development and Social Assistance. The minister recently participated in this morning's session. He was on video with Diaz, who comes from the northeastern part of Brazil, from Piauí. Not very well known, but that's changing because we're starting to organize international meetings in the capital to diversify the experiences of our guests. 13 million Brazilians are no longer in a vulnerable situation of extreme poverty and are no longer hungry, and others are in a more moderate food security position. But this is, of course, it's better, but it is ongoing work, never ending, and it's interesting that the moderator, Mario Lubitkin, mentioned that the more we work, the more problems come up, and the numbers continue to increase. As we solve the problem of a few million, others will appear. We are hearing exactly the same thing. We heard that in an African meeting, but well, we were not discouraged. But there are so many good ideas that are coming about. While problems increase, we just need to be faster with our solutions. Brazil, we've talked a lot about family agriculture. I've said that we now have a ministry only for this. So it is a huge priority, and several speakers mentioned that family agriculture needs support, and a very simple and important matter to do it is by guaranteeing the acquisition of products from family agriculture. We have specific legislation on the legislation of food and school systems. So public sectors use at least 30% of federal resources received for producers of family agriculture. And this 30%, we know, begins in a more modest manner because it's easier to start like that and add on slowly as the farmers prepare for greater opportunities. And that way it is not so abrupt as they modify their market. So the plan is to gradually increase that. The school nutrition program is probably the second largest in the world with universal coverage. We offer 50 million healthy meals to over 40 million students in 150 schools around Brazil. And these are the areas that we collaborate most with the World Food Program and FAO. They are both very grassroots, and we also work with PMA in Africa with the World Food Program, and they are all different experiences. But Ms. Lola mentioned the ancestral foods, the importance of maintaining their roots and this heritage of food, even in schools. But the school food is quite sophisticated to the point that we can make studies about the traditional foods of each country: African, South American, Central American, Caribbean. We have nutritionists that study the equivalences in terms of calories, protein, etc. And we find ourselves in this phase. We are trying to find ways to adapt to local preferences and reaching the daily needs, or covering the daily needs of children. And this is highly gratifying. It is an area of cooperation that is helping an entire generation to study without the difficulties brought about by hunger, without being able to concentrate on their studies. So this is a beginning for their families. In Brazil, we still have many problems with the families because the children have school food and nutrition, and they will have better health and better educational opportunities than their parents. So it is an investment that the government of Brazil decided to make. We haven't interrupted the objective in any way, internally or internationally. And since last year, Brazil's been co-chairing with Finland the Coalition for School Nutrition as part of the UN Summit for Nutrition. It is integrated by over 100 countries in order to guarantee that all children in the world have the opportunity to have at least one meal with high nutritional value per day. That is the goal until 2030. So these are the results of efforts made by Brazil, and I wanted to mention some very interesting items that were mentioned by the speakers in Antigua. You mentioned the fact that youth have left farms on the countryside because of the lack of connectivity. I'd like to mention that there is a project called Public Policies for Digital Inclusion in Latin America, which for now is basically for the Spanish-speaking countries, and it began in a network of Chile, Argentina, Salvador, Mexico, Peru, Panama, Uruguay. And this year, 2023, we held many meetings speaking of all things digital, especially in rural areas. And there is awareness that people living in rural areas feel isolated, and the sense of disconnection, of distancing from other groups of young people is a factor for great frustration, and they abandon the work with their parents and go to the cities. So it is part of what we're working on for social inclusion. We're taking into account connectivity in rural areas. And it was also quite interesting what Mr. Yamato said about markets, that they are donating products that are about to expire or considered waste for aesthetic purposes. But it's important. We know that this happens. It happens in many countries, and still we are fully aware of this as well. And slowly, supermarkets are starting to sell at a lower price all the surplus when they're about to expire, but there's a lot to be done. I believe that it's a point well raised by the speaker, because we are seeking to increase production to feed everyone, but we can't be wasting food. So it would be very interesting to keep this in our agenda, to share experiences. We are studying all these solutions in France. They also found this program and solved it in a legislative fashion. from Foundation SS also mentioned obesity. 25% of the population, and at the same time there's hunger. So it's curious because many times children and adults as well are obese. They're obese because they eat food with poor nutritional value. It's not because of a given social class. Bad food leads to obesity. And full food, children in Brazil are eating more healthy. There are no desserts with sugar, only fruit. They are re-educated. They have been receiving this food education, then they try to educate their parents. I would like to conclude here by stressing our commitment to SDG 2 in all of its aspects, and we are happy to continue sharing experience and cooperating with everyone in the region.
Agradezco a la
I thank the representative of Brazil, now Paraguay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the panel members for conclusions and such interesting presentations. And that, of course, provide us with a lot of learning and lessons. Briefly, I would like to share some programs that we are implementing in Paraguay regarding this SDG. The persons in situation of poverty have limited access to healthy and nutritious food. That increases the risk of diseases and therefore negative consequences for physical development, health, and well-being if this deficit is for an extended period of time. Thus, the National Plan of Poverty Reduction in Paraguay seeks to protect people in situation of poverty with strategies safeguarding families from social risks to which they face throughout life cycle. This plan protects the multidimensional approach, not only reducing hunger, but also considering the general well-being of the person. One of the components of this plan is precisely linked to food and nutrition. In this dimension, the idea is to articulate actions to see to the problems linked to hunger and poor nutrition so as to ensure that people in situation of poverty, pregnant women, breastfeeding women, boys, girls may access quality food in a stable manner. The idea is to promote practices of small-scale food production in orchards, family farms, urban and peri-urban. The production of food with native seeds, and also adoption of good practices and organic practices for self-consumption. As to indigenous peoples, their traditions and habits will be considered in the preparation of food. For achieving the objectives of the plan, immediate actions, medium and short-term measures. Some of the present programs that are to be strengthened. I will mention a few. The recently enacted law, Hunger Zero in our schools and education system, universalizing school meals with the idea of eradicating hunger at school age based on certain principles. Universality and equity as a mechanism to prioritize most vulnerable sectors, an efficient management of resources, the creation of the National Council of School Feeding as a regulator for administrative and operational controls, accountability and control. The creation of the National Fund of School Food will allow to have a better traceability of the origin and destination of resources. The Integral Nutritional Food Program, a program of the Ministry of Public Health and Social Welfare, It has the objective to improve the quality of life of the Paraguayan population through prevention assistance and malnutrition control. This is addressed to children under 5 and pregnant women with malnutrition or other risk situation or nutritional vulnerability seeking health services. It is implemented through the health services throughout the Republic of Paraguay. In these services, there is nutritional evaluation, provision of supplement food, powder milk enriched with zinc and iron and vitamin C, and comprehensive examination, immunization, verification of the food test, ID verification, and for them to have the IDs and how to get the document. Evolution analysis of the nutritional evolution of each user, monitoring them, promotion of breastfeeding with the mothers of children under 2 years, nutritional education for families and education. And finally, the program of support to community dining rooms with the purpose of improving conditions of food and nutrition conditions in persons of vulnerable situation. Through the program, they proceed to provide input for food quarterly and to those responsible for those dining rooms in accordance with the amount of people that have been served in each community. Throughout the years, the Ministry of Social Development implements the program, promoting the support and reaching out to 484 dining rooms and 39 transient ones. Eradicate poverty in all its forms and put an end to hunger. They are all interlinked objectives, and the government of Paraguay has a commitment to combat both scourges that affect the well-being of individuals and jeopardize sustainable development. Thank you. Thank you, Representative of Paraguay. As one last intervention, I invite the representative of Chile. Dear representatives of international agencies, representatives of member states of academia, of the private sector, and of civil society. It is for us an honor to participate in this conference that updates those goals to action regarding Sustainable Development Goal number 2, zero hunger. This is of great relevance for our government, for President Boric Font. As an update, I will refer to a few data. In our country, 3 out of 4 adult persons show excess malnutrition, and there are main deficits of macro and micronutrients because 6.8% suffers of food insecurity. That is, and severe food insecurity, that is, that can spend 1 or more days without eating. This is the double burden, 2 faces of one same coin. The inequitable distribution of food systems causing greater disease and death in those that are poor and most vulnerable. An example of this is that only 15% of Chileans may comply with the recommended consumption of fruits and vegetables, in spite of being an outstanding exporting country of these kinds of food. In parallel, we are highly vulnerable to aspects of climate change, climate crisis. Not only mitigation and adaptation measures are important to avoid climate impact on food, but it is we need to achieve sustainable development goals. So in that dynamic concept, since 2023, National Strategy of Sovereignty for Food Security, together we Feed Chile, led by the Ministry of Agriculture. This has involved a display of the state and private sectors, academia and civil society to promote transformation of agro-food to become more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive without leaving anyone behind. In it, you have a systemic and complex approach needed to advance in food security from the farm to the table. With this strategy that is multi-sectoral in nature and underscores local realities, the government has given a new impetus to reduce inequalities and promote social protection. Some initiatives, self-consumption program in the non-contributor social protection system, reaching out to the most vulnerable families to support for them to have family and collective food security initiatives. Our known law of food labeling that regulates trade and advertising of food that are high in critical elements like saturated fats and sugars. This has proven to have excellent results in the reformulation of canned food as well as disincentive in the purchase and consumption of food with those labels. The increase and coverage of the school feeding program with more and formulation of a national policy of food at school favoring elements of farmers, family farmers. The recovery from fairs, local markets of food apt for human consumption through micro banks that have delivered more than 809,000 meals to vulnerable people. Also, it is part of the plan for mitigation of climate change in the waste sector. And the idea is strategy to reduce obesity, 29 lines, working lines. We are so pleased to hear from different presentations that in fact we do have coincidences in the approach of school meals with Brazil or microbanks in different policies. Also, the construction of the plan of food guidelines based on new practices promoting harmless, minimally processed food, but also embrace the approach of food approaches. Experiences like these are good practices that we can share in order to strengthen our coordination in these matters. Just like Latin America and the Caribbean present great problems in achieving SDG 2. Also, there are challenges to highlight innovation, something we've heard this afternoon, and we thank. It's important to advance in the resuming traditions of indigenous peoples, in promoting experiences from the territories. In the worst part of the pandemic in Chile and vulnerable sectors, it were civil society organizations, many led by women, that responded to food insecurity with a common solidarity pans or pots, and therefore achieved healthy food practices for many boys, girls, adolescents, and older people. We reiterate thanks and we commit to continue working and strengthening SDGs to become an everyday reality of each one of our peoples. Thank you. I thank the representative of Chile, and there has been major participation from the room. Therefore, we cannot open another cycle of comments. Only to finish on time, in this debate, there cannot be pessimism. The representative of UN Women, you have the floor. Thank you, Mario, for the opportunity. And it has been incredible to hear all countries and panelists. Only I want to mention three things. out loud. First, the role of care in food security. This needs to be highlighted constantly because the working day of a woman is twice or three times, because if they're not there to take care, who is there? The impact of a food shortage in women. Women feed their children and their relatives before they get their food. So they receive less food in times of shortage. And the role of women in food security and food chain, which is key. And of course, the lack of access to credit or loans for women. The cooperatives are not lending to women. Therefore, we need to think, where can we obtain resources from? Fresh resources for those women cooperatives. And we are happy to work with the Mexican cooperativism because it's key for women to organize themselves and to raise their voices. And same thing as to agricultural extensions that outreaches that do not reach out to women. There is a male chauvinist culture with certain biases saying that women do not need that technical training. So we need to have them trained, and let us bear in mind that 58% of cases, homes that are in poverty, are single parents, are led by women. Therefore, we have 30% of poor women, single parents that are in food insecurity to some extent. These women need to, at the same time, take care of and produce food. You've all mentioned these subjects on how they influence in a negative way, but I always like to say these three thoughts out loud. Thank you. Thank you, colleague from UN Women. We have dedicated more than 2/3 of this debate in seeking solutions, responses, and experiences. It's not a minor issue. If you think debates in other periods, we did 2/3 or more in diagnosis and thinking where we are. And what we are thinking now is, where are we heading to? How are we doing it? And we are in a different phase of our thinking. And that is very important because it's the way that we can build in the subjects of food and nutrition security and other Latin America and Caribbean. It's a collective effort of all of us. And if you think each one has taken note of all these suggestions, proposals, difficulties, I think the list is a long one. Because if we speak as to improve and have healthy diets, diversify nutritional foods, promoting measures for transparency of prices of food, social protection, sensitive and clear programs. We have highlighted healthy behaviors, adapting this to life cycles, to breastfeeding, to the implementation of food labeling. We've spoken of how to improve agricultural productivity, the use of agricultural technologies, innovation, efficiency, promotion, diversity, gender diversity, and the effort increasing in investments in agricultural infrastructure, management of natural resources, address distortion, commercial distortions. The list is long. We have concentrated in the youth. The list is a long one. We are thinking in the present and the future in a constructive way. And therefore, the road for me and the spirit of all those who have intervened here, the road to food and nutritional security calls for something fundamental, which is the commitment of all with agreed on actions in many fronts with all the players that are working in this direction. Is the only way of guaranteeing well-being for present generations, but mainly for future generations. I want to thank all the panel members for their contribution that allowed for a very good debate. I want to thank the representatives of governments, of civil society, and of other institutions intensely working in food security in the region, to our friends and colleagues from UN. I think that among all, building that future or that present. Thanks, ECLAC, for having included this central panel. And we will continue not discussing, but building and materializing all these reflections. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you from the presidency. We also thank everyone, the panelists, and the contributions of countries. And I would like to thank Mario Lubetkin, who is the regional FAO representative for Latin America and the Caribbean, for acting as moderator of this second panel on SDG 2 Zero Hunger. I would also like to thank all the references made to family agriculture, because we are in the decade of family agriculture, an initiative that my country was heavily involved in. Tomorrow we will resume our activities at 9 a.m. So thank you very much, everyone.